Hey, hi. So 6:03. Welcome everyone. First of all, before we stand for the pledge, welcome. Thank you for attending this meeting this evening. You're here for a variety of reasons, I suspect. So thank you for taking the time out to come in. If there are any additional chairs in the hallway, feel free to set them up on the edges if you need them. I am going to set up this meeting a little differently. We're going to be opening a public hearing specifically on a topic of occupancy tax. And I will invite those folks to come up first to be heard. And whether or not they decide to exit after they're speaking or not is up to them, but it may free up more seats if that's the case. If not, you're welcome to stay for as long as you'd like. We're going to begin by standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like you to remain standing. We have would like to pay tribute by expressing our sincere condolences to the families and friends of Val Beeman. She's a beloved 911 employee. And also Barbara Jean Leduce, who's the wife of our employee, Zink Leduce. So please, if we can honor them with a moment of silence. Thank you.
Jonathan Anna.
Present.
Ben Vitale.
Here.
John Wenzel is excused. Bob Shea is excused. Hans Putcher.
Here.
Mark Strong.
Here.
Heidi Nightingale. Present. Dane Daly. Here. Stephanie DeVito.
Here.
Brian Muldrow.
Here.
Aileen McNabb-Coleman.
Present. Next on our agenda, we're going to open the public hearing. If you wish to speak to the public hearing on local law amending local law number 2 for 2021, local law amending local law 2 of 2018, amending local law number 1 of 2015, amending local law number 1 for the year 2012, and amending local law number 1 for the year 2009, which also amends local law number 5 of 2007, and amends local law number 3 of 1994 to continue the room tax for 3 years. At this time, if you'd like to be recognized to speak, you may do so. We're going to invite you up to the podium. You can state your name and your address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. Who's the name and address, please? Like full address?
Yes, right. Just like their name and address. Yeah.
Claire Dunlap, 42146 Taylor Settlement Road, Alexandria. I would like to read excerpts of letters of support that our tourism office has been given that who post that be here today. I'm going to start with Kirsten Lungenheimer, the owner of Lungenheimer Brewing Company. Excerpt reads, one recent example of the listing of the Eclipse events and the drop viewing glasses. Our business for that one day alone comprised primarily of out-of-state visitors. When asked how they knew we were open and hosting an event, almost all responded with they found it on the county tourism page, discovered us in the proximity to the thruway. More than half of those visitors stayed at the Holiday Inn in Hilton in Auburn. This one example alone demonstrates that one would be naive to think that Fed tax should stay in Auburn. These were tourists that stayed here, but had plans outside the city. They were not able to see Auburn, but other parts of the county. The above example emphasizes the tourism office is collaborative and takes multiple places, municipalities to create an experience. Therefore, the county should keep the funds whole within an unbiased organization. Please do not destroy the collaboration that exists today. Our county relies on tourism as a whole and should continue to have funds managed as such.
If I could, I just wanted to, I didn't state this before, but you do have technically 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I only have two more.
Sorry, I wasn't sure.
This one is from Craig Williams, the Canal Society of New York State. The Canal Society is a national organization headquartered in Port Byron, sharing the commitment to promoting heritage tourism. The society has collaborated with similar agencies throughout New York State. To us, Cayuga County Office of Tourism has clearly demonstrated an exemplary ability to bring recognition to our local cultural resources, and we are very grateful. My last is from Amanda Hennessy, Director of Sales at the Auburn Holiday Inn, or excuse me, Hilton Garden Inn. A couple of points here. Loss of staff and expertise. With reduced funding, tourism offices forced to downsize their staff or cut back on hiring experienced professionals who specialize in destination marketing, tourism development, and visitor services. This loss of expertise can diminish the office's capacity to effectively plan and execute tourism initiatives. Limited destination development. Tourism plays a crucial role in destination development by identifying growth opportunities, supporting tourism infrastructure projects, and facilitating partnerships between public and private sectors. A reduction on funding could impede the office's ability to invest in tourism infrastructure upgrades, develop new visitor experiences, or collaborate with stakeholders on destination enhancement initiatives. This could result in stagnation or deterioration of the destination's tourism offerings, making it less appealing to travelers. Loss of competitive advantage. In an increasingly competitive global tourism market, destinations must continually invest in marketing, infrastructure, and services to maintain their competitive advantage and attract tourists. A drastic reduction in funding to a tourism office could weaken the destination's position relative to competing destinations that continue to invest in their tourism promotion efforts. The loss of competitiveness may result in long-term decline of visitor numbers, market share to the destination.
Thank you.
Would you please leave those with us? We'll put them in minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, welcome. You could state your name and address and 20 minutes.
My name is Dawn Lubashevsky, and my address is 5603 Silver Street Road. And I'm also going to read some portions of letters in support for the Cayuga County Tourism Office. Most recently, the Tourism Office guided.
To speak louder.
We can't hear it.
Is that mic, is it working? I don't think.
I don't think it's on.
Yeah, I think so. I think these are sensitive for people who are for streaming purposes. So, but for the sake of getting to the back of the room, I'm going to ask you to use your outdoor voice.
Not real loud.
Sorry.
Okay, this is a letter from John Izzo of Izzo's White Barn Winery. Most recently, the tourism office guided us through a very successful eclipse weekend of activities. They were our go-to resource for any information related to this once-in-a-lifetime event. Additionally, we use this office as a resource for tourism trends in our area that guide us in our execution of plans to grow our business. Roughly 70% of our business is dependent upon reaching visitors to the area from the outside the Finger Lakes region. Having a resource like a tourism office is critical to our success. I have one more that I'd like to read. It's from James Hoteling, the Brutus Town Supervisor. Cayuga County is rich in history. The Cayuga County Office of Tourism recognizes this and supports the entire county with a dedicated team and marketing inventiveness for the county's cities and villages. This tax split will help the tourism staff and its ability to support all of Cayuga County. The town appreciates all of the wonderful historical sites in the city of Auburn, as well as the tourism these sites attract. Brutus and the Village of Weedsport will be celebrating the 200th year of the Erie Canalway. 2 bicycle groups plan to travel across New York State, and these groups will stop in our area, visiting historic sites, patronizing our local eating establishments, shops, and taverns. We plan to reach out to the Cayuga County Office of Tourism for guidance and on the best way to promote our town and village for this event. Proposed tax split could possibly hinder our efforts to promote this event that will bring more tourism dollars to the county.
Julie, those are those.
I certainly can.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Ash Murray, 200 Cambridge Street, Syracuse, New York, and I'm the Public Relations Manager for the Tourism Office. I'm also here to read excerpts from letters of support. The first comes from the Moravia Lock Chamber of Commerce. The accumulated revenue derived from visitors to the entire county is paramount in the continuation of the organization's efforts to aggrandize tourism and visibility for all of Cayuga County's municipalities. It is upsetting that the City of Auburn would request to redirect such a substantial amount of this funding from the Cayuga Tourism Office for their sole use. This undermines the spirit of regional tourism, not to mention the collective efforts and revenues of all municipalities located within Cayuga County. The county legislator's acquiescence to this proposal would impose negative effects directly on the area's quintessential small businesses and the rebounding tourism industry. At a time when New York State is advocating for increased regional visitors, specifically to the Finger Lakes, it is counterintuitive to defund the organization tasked with the job to promote all our beautiful county has to offer. The second comes from Sally Ten Eyck, the former owner and manager of Summerhill Brewing. The tourism office and work it does is critical for the entire county, especially with our geographical boundaries. I strongly feel the programs and work of the tourism office continues to be important, if not critical, part of the continued success of businesses throughout the county, and specifically small businesses like ours, which brings sales tax revenue and various other contributions to the county as a whole. As a public-facing business operating on narrow margins, the revenue generated by visitors to our region is critical to our sustainability and viability. Any reduction in funding for the tourism office would not only hamper our ability to attract visitors, but also have ripple effects across the local economy, affecting businesses, jobs, and community development initiatives. The third comes from Cheryl Longyear, a Montezuma town historian. It is critical we have the continued support to take full advantage of Cayuga County's location along the 750-mile Empire State Trail that showcases our rural landscapes and unique canal history, which brings visitors from all over the country and world into Cayuga County each year. Finally, from Christopher Lukens, the Board of Directors of the We Sport Winter Wanderers. I am writing to express our full support for the Cayuga County Tourism Office and the critical work they do in promoting our region. As a local tourism business, we have experienced firsthand the positive impact of their initiatives on our establishment and the wider community. We are deeply concerned about any proposed changes to the current local law that funds the tourism office, especially since the changes proposed by the City of Auburn would redirect those funds to the city budget. Such changes would jeopardize the essential services the tourism office provides and undermine our collective efforts to drive tourism growth and economic prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on behalf of the public hearing this evening? We will keep this, oh, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Angela Dodavo. I live at 3908 East Street, Skaneateles, New York, and I'm here in two capacities. I'm the current chairperson of the Historic and Cultural Sites Commission. And on behalf of that organization, I would like to submit a letter of support for the resolution. Copies. Don't want to use my 3 minutes to read it. But all 6 of the historic and cultural sites are in support of the resolution. I was going to read something that I wrote, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to just talk to you as people for my 2.5 minutes. I was born and raised in Auburn. I grew up on Woodlawn Avenue, just a few blocks from here. When I was in middle school, I had a paper route. This building was on the paper route. My first time at County Ledge. Some people tipped, some people didn't. Funny how you forget. My dad was a realtor. He had a real estate business, worked in a real estate shop on East Hill. My mother worked for Easter Seals in the Genesee Mall. Then she became a child protective worker and worked here in the building. In 2005, my colleagues are here, Brian, Janie, Carrie. We bought the former Grants Department Store building at a time when tumbleweed was blowing through downtown. Anybody was here in 2005, you remember the tumbleweed? And we made a tremendous personal investment in that building to create Auburn Public Theater. The very first thing we did was we went to then Meg Vanek at the tourism office to ask for, guess what? A percentage of the bed tax to support our programming. And the reason we knew to do that was because our colleagues all over the state were doing the same thing. It was how we were coached to go to Meg and say, how are we supposed to attract visitors if we don't have money for programming? At the time, that budget was $500,000. It was barely enough to cover Meg's operation. So she said, great aspirational thinking, but, come back in a year, which we did year after year. And we were told the same thing. She had only enough money to operate her budget, to operate her office. Very recently, the County Office of Tourism has experienced a dramatic increase in their budget. So I am here on behalf of Auburn Public Theater tonight to say, the more money the historic and cultural sites have, we're the reason people are coming to the county, right? In addition to all of the supporters that you hear the Cayuga County Office of Tourism talk about, is because we're here, because of our programming. And I couldn't agree more with all of the letters that I've just heard you read, because I'm a tremendous partner to the County of Tourism, right? Every time I'm called to ask for free tickets to a comedy show, don't I say yes? Where's Karen? Where's the Office of Tourism? Don't I say yes to that? Yeah. And whenever anybody wants to have a meeting at Cafe 108 and spend $3 on a cup of coffee and sit there for 7 hours, do I kick anybody out? Right? Because it's your ad hoc, essentially free office space. And we're doing this not to benefit ourselves personally. Believe me when I tell you, not to benefit ourselves personally. In my next life, we're going to do it all differently. But to benefit the city and the county, that you all may love it as much as I do, but nobody loves it more than I do, right? You might love it as much as I do. Nobody loves it more than I do. And the county has a precedent. They support the Warren O'Hara Agricultural Museum. They support the Rev Theater's use of the Merry-Go-Round Playhouse. And all of you on the county ledge already know about that. It's in your booklets. All we're asking for is to recognize the efforts of myself and my colleagues to help you, help the county, and help the city bring in these tourism dollars. So thank you for considering it. Thank you for continuing to support the dream. And lastly, I want to say, my brother Tony just opened a bagel store across the street from Cafe 108, if anybody's been there. And for the last year, people say, aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid of what it's going to do to Cafe 108? Well, you know what happened last week at Cafe 108? We had a record-breaking week of sales. You know why? Because a rising tide raises all what? Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Any other folks here to speak on this hearing? As I was going to say before, it will remain open. So if you decide that you would like to come up then at any point, you just let us know. Thank you. So I'm actually going to technically open the public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you record the time?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
You did.
I did.
Yes. So I did it.
Yeah, 6:05, yeah.
I did. Thank you. Okay.
When did I get that far?
I didn't think so.
No.
I thought I was up. Thank you. So yeah, so if you're willing to do that and you want to come forward, please just signal us and we'll let you come forward. So up next on our agenda, if there's nobody else wishing to speak now, we have 2 proclamations to present. So the first proclamation, I'm going to ask Kathleen Cuddy to come on up. Like it works. Like we're always talking, I like it really well. I'm here to present a proclamation for National Public Health Week. Whereas the week of April 1 through 7, 2024 is National Public Health Week, and the theme is protecting, connecting, and thriving. We are all public health. And whereas the field of public health is in the avenue in which the health of the communities across the nation is intertwined. During National Public Health Week, we recognize the necessary programs and services that our public health professionals provide within Cayuga County Health Department to keep our communities protected, connected, and thriving. And whereas Children with Special Healthcare Needs coordinates therapies, provides services for children with developmental delays and disabilities in Cayuga County through care coordination and resource nights for families within our community. And whereas Community Health Services investigates communicable disease outbreaks, aids in prevention efforts through safe and effective vaccination clinics for school-aged children and adults, and improves maternal and child health of the community by connecting new and expecting mothers to resources and information. And whereas Environmental Health Services monitors public water supply, ensures healthy food service establishments, and protects underage individuals from illegal sales of tobacco products for our children and children from exposure to lead paint and dust within homes. And whereas the newly defined Health Education and Public Information Division provides accurate and timely information to the public and improves the health of the community through chronic disease and injury prevention and public health emergency preparedness programs. And whereas Women, Infant, and Children is celebrating its 50th anniversary of tirelessly ensuring children and mothers and caretakers have adequate nutrition, education, and resources available to thrive. And whereas Financial Division supports these programs to maximize funding reimbursements from various resources to provide the necessary services and minimize costs to operate. And whereas the residents of Cayuga County greatly benefit from the unwavering efforts and of the dedicated and hardworking staff of the health department. Our local public health professionals continue to strive for the improvement of health, safety, and equity to keep us protected, connected, and thriving. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Eileen McNabb Coleman, Chair of the Cayuga County Legislature, and my fellow legislators do hereby proclaim week of April 1 through 7, 2024 as National Public Health Week 2024 in Cayuga County. It urged residents of our county to join in recognizing our Cayuga County Health Department. Thank you for everything that you do, and everything that your staff is doing. Is there anything that you?
A couple words if I could. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the Cayuga County Health Department, I thank the Cayuga County Legislature for acknowledging the importance of National Public Health Week. The theme, protecting, connecting, and thriving, we are all public health, is exemplified by the Cayuga County Health Department through our unwavering dedication to the health and safety of our residents. Our public health department's employees' efforts in protecting our community from health threats, connecting individuals with essential resources and services, and fostering an environment where everyone can thrive truly embodies the spirit of public health. As we reflect on the significance of Public Health Week, let us remember that we are all interconnected in the web of public health. Each action we take, no matter how small, has the potential to impact the health and well-being of those around us. By coming together as a community, we can create a healthier, more resilient future for generations to come. I appreciate these remarks and from the former World Health Organization Director General, Dr. Gro Harlem Brundtland. Health is a human right, and it is the responsibility of governments to ensure that right. In conclusion, let us carry forward the spirit of National Public Health Week every day as we continue to protect, connect, and thrive as a community.
Okay, up next.
Tim's going to come up and accept it.
Thank you. Mr. Donovan.
Yes.
I'm going to next present a proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2024. Whereas mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being, it affects how we think, feel, and act. It also affects how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. And whereas mental health allows us to maintain relationships, take care of ourselves and our families, and take care of our physical bodies, and respond and adapt to daily life changes. And whereas the lack of mental health awareness leads to devastating impacts on the well-being of individuals in our society. Whereas National Alliance on Mental Health, on Mental Illness, is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, and its co-affiliate presidents, Terry and Bart Wesselinko, serve Cayuga County area. NAMI, New York State, provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to the individuals and families affected by mental illness and could better build lives. And whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen share the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention and treatment efforts. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Aileen McNabb Coleman, Chair of the Cayuga County Legislature, and fellow legislators, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Month in Cayuga County. As the Cayuga County Legislature Chair, I also call upon citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Cayuga County to commit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Yeah, that was to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'll be brief. On behalf of the Cayuga County Mental Health Subcommittee, the Cayuga Mental Health Center, and Cayuga County NAMI, National Line for Mentally Ill, we thank you for presenting this proclamation tonight. We in Cayuga County are very fortunate to have providers such as the Cayuga County Mental Health Center, Cayuga Counseling, and others provide and sustain the services for those our residents who are afflicted by mental illness. And this is the recognition of them as well. So thank you.
Next, we have some planned presentations here. Please. Oh, you do have them. Yep. So we're going to begin with Cayuga County 4-H. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Morgan Jones. I'm from Union Springs and I've participated in 4-H for 9 years. Outside of 4-H, I'm a Cayuga County Associate Dairy Ambassador and the former Cayuga County Head Dairy Ambassador. I've participated in dairy promotion for 5 years. I also played basketball for 4 years and have worked for Cornell Cooperative Extension Cayuga for 1 year. This year for 4-H, I am showing a cow and showing and selling a lamb. I am also entering homegrown flowers and vegetables, homemade pie, and a photograph book of local flora and fauna. This will only be my second year participating in Cayuga County 4-H. Prior to that, I showed in Litchfield County, Connecticut with my family members for 7 years. This is a large fair where they have grounds with permanent buildings. At the fair, there's a barn for each of the species of animals, including space for horses. I have participated in 4-H in Connecticut because Cayuga County 4-H was almost non-existent, and I was looking for the great experience that come out of participating in 4-H. In 2023 and again in 2024, the Cayuga County 4-H Fair resides in the backyard of the Union Springs Fire Department. Each year, we use tents that we have to set up and tear down at the beginning and the end of each fair. Since this is not a permanent location for our fair, we do not have room for horses and have limited display areas for projects. Ultimately, we are trying to build our fair to be larger and more permanent. 4-H has grown mine and my colleagues' connections and our confidence in talking with the public, our ability to be responsible for ourselves and our animals, and our willingness to do hard work. The experiences that come with 4-H are unmatched by almost any other program, and we are hoping to build the Cayuga County program so other people won't have to look out of state or out of county for a flourishing program.
Hello, my name is Megan Kyle and I'm a sophomore at Cayuga Meridian High School. This is my first year in 4-H, but this is my third year in FFA, and I'm currently serving as Cayuga Meridian's FFA president. This year, my 4-H project is going to be to show and sell a steer at the livestock auction. Outside of school, I'm a member of FFA, I like to actively participate, including going to state convention and hopefully national convention this year. I also am a 3-sport athlete doing volleyball, indoor and outdoor track. I'm very excited for what 4-H has to bring for me, and I am so glad to see what the program has done and working along with FFA so that kids can do 4-H and FFA. Thank you.
At the age of 5, I joined Niagara County 4-H as a third-generation 4-H member. At this point in my life, I had already been to the county fair for the past 5 years, including my first fair at 2 months old. The fairgrounds were the same place my mom and grandma showed before I did, and now I get to watch my nieces and nephews run around the fair, making countless memories. Fairgrounds offer a sense of tradition and history for all of those in the county. Every year at the fairgrounds, there would be a history display where I always could look for the picture of my grandma competing in the tractor driving contest and a picture of my mom with her grand champion ring. Spending 5 days at the Niagara County Fairgrounds was always the best 5 days of the year for me and my family. We worked hard to prepare our livestock, sewing, and art projects that we were always proud to show the community what we had to exhibit. It was the time of year where many families took time off of the farm and got to spend time with our fair family. We still woke up early to feed and wash the animals and clean the stalls, but it still always felt like a vacation. Those 5 days in August were usually hot and we spent it living out of a camper or in the barn with the animals, but they're the ones that I'll never forget and helped shape me into the person I am today. Some of you might even recognize me from back in February, where I brought my student Ava to do a prepared speech on mental health and farmers. I believe this can be brought back to full circle, as that week of the county fairgrounds is why I'm currently an agricultural teacher. I was always asked so many questions, often by people that were much older than I was. But it made me realize the importance of agricultural education, and if we don't make opportunities to tell our story, someone else who isn't a producer will. We're currently living in a world that has the largest gap between the producer and the consumer, and having a fairgrounds is a great way to get the public out and let them see animals firsthand and have the opportunities to ask questions about where their food comes from. 4-H was the start of my showing career. I started showing at the county fair, then went to open shows, regionals, and even nationals. Through showing livestock, I've met some of the greatest people in my life. Ones that were always willing to lend me a helping hand and give me advice along the way. You can still find me in a show ring during the summer and volunteering with 4-H, as I hope to give back to an organization that made such a strong impact on my life. If you want to meet some of the kindest, hardworking kids, be sure to stop at the 4-H County Fair and stop and talk to a 4-H member. I promise they'll be excited to tell you about their project that they have been working so hard on all year. Yep.
Hello, my name is Alex Patterson, father of 4 from Aurelius, just down the road. I'm part of a group of volunteers, parent volunteers, that are hoping to do more to build on the county fair. I guess it should have been said, Dan Welch, the executive director, wasn't able to attend this evening. He's provided a letter for everyone to show his support here. So within the presentation here, it's been noted that from the USDA, the 2022 Ag Census, that Cayuga County is one of the largest agricultural counties in the state. They don't take into account anything with sawn lumber, milk products that would be processed, ground corn or soybeans, processed vegetables, fertilizer, chemical sales, trucking, or the employees of any of these businesses. So agriculture is a huge driver within the county. The county fair provides an opportunity for youth to showcase themselves and is a gateway to the New York State Fair. Kids have to show at the county level before they can go to the state fair. The projects range from animals to baking, produce, sewing, crafts, woodworking, all with providing additional opportunity for youth involvement outside of schools and not in front of a screen. All things that I think anyone could get behind. This can help inspire and cultivate the next generation of farmers and engage citizens within the county. The legislator has been a huge supporter of 4-H and extension overall. I guess what we're running into is that our tent quotes for this year are nearly double what they were last year. So fortunately, that's the world we live in now. But we do appreciate your support. There's been a long history of the fair from Owasco to Weedsport. And if at some point in the future we could have our own fairgrounds that would allow us to build instead of resetting every year, that would make things a lot easier. The eventual goal would be to have the kids run the fair with kind of adult involvement. So I'm sure more than I would like, but to someone. And we appreciate the county's support here, and we invite everyone. I think everyone's been invited to attend. I think last year the sheriff showed a chicken, so that's great. So if anybody certainly welcome to come. That's August 2nd and 3rd. Thank you.
You have a letter from Dan Wells. I will make sure to circulate it to the legislature. But you do have it at your desk.
Yeah, I think when I see it.
Okay, up next, we have a presentation from Camoin Consultants.
Thank you, Chairperson McMahon Coleman. Thank you, and distinguished members of the legislature. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Dan Gunderson, and I am a Senior Vice President and Principal with Camoin Associates. We are a national consulting firm based here in upstate New York. We were asked by the Board of Directors for the Cayuga Economic Development Agency to review the performance of the Economic Development Group and to make some recommendations. And so tonight, this is the first presentation of what we submitted to the board to give you all our thoughts on how the county can prosper, how it can create more jobs, attract more private investment. This assignment was put out by the Board of Directors as an RFP in February. It was a competitive bid process. Camoin was selected and we were pleased. We were very, very pleased. I personally was very pleased. My wife grew up in Weedsport. We have family that live here in the county. Generations of her family worked in the salt mines, and we vacation all the time here. And so, you know, whenever I get an assignment, and I do work all over the country, whenever it gets anywhere near home, it always is that much more enjoyable and meaningful. So what I want to do today is to walk through some of the highlights of the report that will be submitted to the clerk later this evening, and then made available to others as well. It is an 88-page report with 34 recommendations on what we believe the county ought to be doing to better position itself for jobs and investment. And if I can find the clicker, there it is. I'm going to operate a PowerPoint presentation, and it's on the different screens you have before you. Before we begin, just a little bit about Camoin. I think it's important that you understand the group that is asking the questions and making the recommendations. As I noted, Camoin is an upstate consulting firm. It was established 25 years ago by Mr. Rob Camoin, who felt that rural communities in particular did not have the kind of expertise that the larger regions and urban areas had when it came to competitive analysis and ways to position their economies. And so that was the origins of the firm. You can see here we now have grown to 28 employees. We complete a couple hundred projects a year, over 2,000 since the firm was established. And we've worked in 46 states in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We're proud to say, as an upstate firm, the only full-service economic development consulting firm in the country. And what we mean by that is that we can evaluate a parcel of land and calculate what its economic value could be depending on different uses. We do strategic planning for towns, hamlets, villages, all the way up to producing the strategic plan for the largest county in the nation, Los Angeles County with 10.2 million people. They all rely on Camoin, an upstate firm, to do this. We also are very skilled at working with legislators, elected officials, public officials, to bring them up to speed with the latest with economic development. I've got to tell you that this is one field that has changed dramatically. And if you're going to pardon me for a few minutes, you'll get a little bit of 101 and 401 tonight on where economic development stands. I think this is great for not only elected and appointed officials, but clearly for citizens and all those who are tuning in today, because the world of economic development has changed dramatically over the last 10 years, and particularly since the pandemic. And it's good that we understand where it's at and how to adapt. So here's what I'm going to do. I've chosen out of the 88 pages to focus on 3 areas in general tonight. This changing economic development landscape, we'll talk about that. But then we'll also talk about the economic situation here in the county and what CETA must do to position itself for the future. The report will have a lot more in it. Now, I should confess that we were asked in our scope of work to interview 40 people, many of you in the room here today, and to provide observations and recommendations. In the process of doing that, we realized that that would only give you part of the answer, if you will, part of what's going on. You still wouldn't have the larger context of what was going on with your neighbors, your surrounding neighbors, counties, upstate New York, the nation, and let alone the current economic situation in Cayuga County. So as an upstate firm, we made a decision that this project would become our pro bono project of the year. And so for every hour we put into this project, we put in an additional 1 to 2 in pro bono work to be able to benchmark Cayuga County against its surrounding counties, and also to give you a national scan and an international scan of what other places are paying their staff and what they're doing, the types of programs. And so that's all in the report that you will receive. So we're going to talk about these 3 areas. First, the 101 on economic development. And I shouldn't chuckle but you know, I've been in this field for 25 to 30 years. And my biggest weakness is I just assume everybody knows what I know. And, you know, some of you are farmers and I don't have a clue about farming, but you know the intricacies of it. Well, I happen to know the intricacies of economic development. I directed economic development in the city of Philadelphia. I was a director of economic development and workforce development for Baltimore County. And I directed 4 different state economic development departments, including serving as the commissioner for New York State Economic Development and the first and only upstate chairperson, where I got to know all of the communities across this great state and upstate, and positioning upstate to compete against downstate. And yes, it's always the competition, right? And also served as co-chair of Empire State Development. So I love this state, but I can also objectively compare it with the other states that I led. Pennsylvania. In Maryland, I directed all business development, and I led Virginia as well. So it's that context that I provide some perspective on economic development. Let's begin in the blue quadrant that you see on the screen here. Economic development organizations or any community, you ought to have a focus on positioning, understanding where your community fits. And this means developing a strategy. Currently, Cayuga County does not have an economic development strategy. That's the first thing any economic development community that wants to focus on economic development should have, is a 5-year economic development strategy. And to do that every single year and to have a multitude of people engage in the process of developing the priorities for the jurisdiction. Competitive intelligence, understanding, well, where do we fit? We're going to give you a little bit of clues about that. And then developing collaborative partnerships with others in the community that have an interest in the economic prosperity, such as K through 12. That's economic development. Human and social service organizations, they have an economic development force as well. So your organization, and I'm speaking to any jurisdiction, needs to be focused on positioning your community by understanding the world around it. And then preparing, moving to the next quadrant, preparing. This is preparing the product. You have done this in preparing an industrial park, but it also includes preparing your workforce. I talked about K through 12 and providing technical assistance to small businesses, really preparing them to be able to compete. Only then can you promote what you have to offer to prospective investors and businesses and market yourselves and cultivate those resources. One of the things that Camoin has been able to do is to develop a direct marketing and we have a database of 800,000 corporate investors. And we match communities with investors around the world. That is kind of a direct marketing that economic development today is all about. Then finally, the packaging. And here is where I'm going to editorialize, and I'm going to use my the prerogative of having been in Albany and say that New York has focused almost all of its attention on the packaging. Assuming that once the deal is there, it comes to them, then it's a matter of just financing that deal. As you can see, it's a cycle. And if you're not doing the first 3 quadrants, you're not going to get the fourth. You're not going to get the deal flow. And so all of these things need to come together. And it gets a little bit more complicated than that. This is what I want you to focus on next, is how the industry has changed. You'll see 2 columns here, the 20th century and the 21st century. 20th century is traditional economic development. And I describe it as government distributive, project and deal centric focused, and kind of swinging for the bleachers. Man, we hope the next Micron will land in Cayuga County. Just missed, but still that kind of thinking that if only the next big employer would come here, it would solve all our problems. Very brick and mortar oriented, very project specific. And if you think that's what economic development is, I'm going to tell you that you have an old-fashioned view on economic development today. It's not just about incentives. It's not just about jobs. You can see that nationally, the shift over the last 10 years, and particularly since COVID in the last 4 to 5 years, is a more integral model of what economic development is all about and how you create economic prosperity. You see, the focus shifts to the investor's perspective. What does the investor need? Well, they need sustained growth. Economic development today is all data-driven. There is so much data that goes into the analysis of the site selection process, the labor process, the materials process, the supply chain, all of these things today are falling squarely in the economic development court. It's about human capital. Is Cayuga County, are its residents prepared for the jobs for tomorrow? That's economic development. It's strategic. It's prioritized. I mentioned the strategy. What is the strategy? What are the priorities? What are the principles upon which you, the community, want to see this community develop into? The economic developer in this new world takes center stage in the county, is really pulling together a lot of people. They're like the conductor of the orchestra. And it's about entrepreneurship and growing an ecosystem, helping small businesses. And it's diversifying your base, making sure you have a diversity of employers, and always benchmarking your resources, knowing where the best place to place those resources are. It's proactive. It's not waiting for the business to come to you so that you can then package the product. No, it's knowing what you want to go after and developing the support within the community to put that best foot forward. It's all about regional and global growth, understanding where the county fits. That is integral economic development. Now, I should note that traditional economic development hasn't gone away. So the economic developer is working in the 20th century and the 21st century at the same time. Yes, there are deals that are going to come to you. Yes, you package those deals. Yes, you need to incentivize some of those deals. Of course, jobs matter, but there are hundreds, quite literally, because, well, I won't say, hundreds of metrics, different ways of judging success. So here's CEDA's original purpose. CEDA was created to be the one-stop, to be the place where you could go to find out, if you were a business, what did you need? Maybe it was a site, maybe it was a building for your business. Maybe you needed tax incentives. CEDA would help you with that. There were low interest loans. CEDA pulled together the IDAs, the Auburn IDA and the county IDA, and it was all in one place with technical assistance. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. In fact, this county was on the leading edge curve when it did that in 2010 to say, well, let's pull these things together. Let's make it easy on people. Let's have a one-stop shop. Great. What you can see, however, is that since 2010, the world has changed, and so has economic development, and so too then must CEDA. And so that's what we're going to get into now. We're going to get into the details of this because the new landscape for economic development, fast-paced, very proactive, data-centric. It's all about positioning, preparing, promoting, and packaging. Yes, all of that needs to be housed in one place to make it easy and efficient and the best cost-effective manner of utilizing taxpayer dollars. And we need to shift from the traditional to the integrated fast, because now you're behind the curve. And the majority of economic development firms in the country and counties have already gone there. They're there. And that's what the corporate investors appreciate, is that new kind of understanding of what it takes to prosper in a county and how all parts fit together. All right, let's look at some of the conditions here. I'm just going to focus on one, but I have several in the margins. The report, like I said, we thought this was necessary, so we added this. We're a data analytics firm. We added a lot of data to the report. This one's kind of interesting because this is population over the last 5 years, just prior to COVID and up until 2023. And it's showing a 3% decline in Cayuga County's population, whereas Tompkins County and Onondaga are above the positive line. But you can see that Cayuga is trailing. It's trailing in median age, meaning its residents are older than its surrounding counties, and the average earnings per job are trailing the national average by a substantial sum, like $8,000 per person per year. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done just to catch up with the national average, let alone what the surrounding counties are doing. Gross regional product, if there were a bright spot over the last 5 years, 34 new businesses were added to the county. But really, that's probably at-home businesses as a result of COVID. I'm not sure I would trumpet that as a major success, but at least you're not losing in that department. We have to figure out how to dramatically increase that and change the direction of those lines. So we were asked, Des Moines, interview us, make it a diverse group of people, ask them questions, find out what's going on. We did that with 40 confidential interviews that lasted approximately 45 minutes each. And there were surveys for those who were unable to do it. We want to make sure we receive input from all of the CETA board members, but also a good share of you and some businesses and others throughout the county. And then we surveyed the staff, the current staff, and provided a 1 month for unlimited written feedback. And we encourage all staff to please tell us what you see happening at CETA and in the world in which you live. Let us know. We'll take all of that and put it on the table and try to make sense of what we've heard. So clearly there is a need for one place you go to for economic development and more. They weren't able to quite articulate as I have that 21st century integrated model, but intuitively people knew that there had to be a different way of doing economic development that brought all the different assets of the community together. And so that they were all doing the same thing, so that CETA was then executing that thing to be proactive, not reactive. There needed to be the strategic plan, in other words. The old proverb, if you don't know where you're going, any road will lead you there. Yeah, that's so true. So people realized we don't really know what the direction is when it comes to economic development. I think we need to know. Streamline board practices. The board over the past few years, as most of you know, has been put to work and struggling to deal with a lot. And 3 executive directors have come and gone, and the board has taken on a kind of like a managerial role by default. Whereas a good role for the board would be to be oversight and to be advisory and have a staff that was really on board and doing the integrated economic development. And so there are ways in which we believe through bylaw changes, which need to be updated because there are things that are not in the bylaws, like conflict of interest clauses or, protection for board members for insurance and other things like that. We detail that in the report. But there are ways in which this board can be more efficient and more effective. It really comes down to, though, being able to get a strong leader at the helm. Strong leader at CETA. When you look around at the counties that are adjacent to you, Tompkins County has an executive director, president, and she is a certified economic developer. Certified economic development is something that is common in the field of economic development. We don't have any here in the county that I'm aware of, certainly not working with the county. But in Tompkins County, she has her CFD, but she also has, and so does Oswego. Their director has a CFD. Tompkins County's director also has a planning certification and a finance certification. Wayne County has both American planning degrees and certification and an EDFP that is from the National Development Council. All three of these directors that surround you have master's degrees in the field. In other words, they're serious economic developers. And I can tell you that that is leading to some of the growth that we are seeing in those counties and a change in direction, a positive change. So that's something that is called for in the report. And we present a job description on what that person what you should be seeking from that person. We provide job salary ranges and a lot more detail so that you can find the right individual. Then the next two things that I know this legislature has been very keen on, we wanted to address it in the report. Stable and diverse funding sources, because you have been funding CETA for all these many years. Thank you. That's a good thing to do, but we need to put that in perspective as well and diversify that funding base. And then communication. A lot of what we heard was, you know, we want to see more transparency in the economic development process. We want to know more about what's going on. So we talk about how that can happen. And I want to focus on those two areas quickly. First, budget comparisons. We benchmarked you against your surrounding counties. And you can see here, Cayuga County, what I've done here is I've mentioned the EDOs that are similar to CETA and the population of those counties, and then their economic development. And the last column is EDC dollars estimate per capita. So when you go all the way down to the bottom, US comparative average, we were able to work with the International Economic Development Council and determine what a community of this size ought to be funding its economic development efforts at, given this population size. And that's what that means, 10 you see there. In order to reach $10 per person, essentially per person in Cayuga County, if every person gave $10, you'd have $750,000. CETA has been funded at 370 plus change for a decade or more. Not even half of what it needs to be competitive. I keep mentioning Tompkins, keep an eye out. Tompkins County last year said, you know what, we're going to go out and we're going to have a capital campaign. New idea? No, they've been doing it for 10 years and this is their third 5-year cycle. And they said, this time we're going to raise $2.1 million just for economic development. They secured $2 million in less than 90 days. And that's for 5 years. And that will be only 35% of their annual budget. The other 35% comes from their IDA. Their IDA funds the EDA. And then the balance comes from private businesses and other events and fees. Very interesting dynamic. But you see here that Oswego County is way above the national norm, as is Tompkins, only because they're aggressive and they figured out better ways to do things. Cayuga County needs to get into that league, and that's a big challenge. Big challenge, but we believe you can get there. But you won't get there. And please forgive me for being so direct, but you can't get there unless this legislature supports this organization at least the level it's been doing so for the last few years while it rebuilds and while it becomes an organization that can compete and operate as your neighbors are operating. Finally, let's talk about transparency. Ms. Chairwoman, how am I doing on time?
You're doing okay.
You doing okay?
Where are you at with your slides there?
I can finish up in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Perfect. That's great.
All right. Let's talk about transparency. It's a nuanced concept, means different things to different people, but let's face it. In government, we value transparency. Government wants to know what's going on. They need you all as legislators need to be able to report back to your constituents what's happening. You can only do that if you know what's going on. And of course, it's built into government is a lot of open communication, open meetings like this, so that as many people as possible can glimpse into the machinations of government, how it operates. Quasi-public groups such as IDAs operate in somewhat of a similar fashion. There's accountability there. The New York State Public Authorities and Accountability Act requires open meeting laws. FOIA, Freedom of Information Act applies to your IDAs. So they're quasi-public groups that are highly regulated by the state. And then you have private not-for-profit organizations, and that's what CETA is. CETA is a private not-for-profit. Not-for-profits of all kinds are monitored by the New York State Attorney General Charities Bureau. All nonprofits submit an IRS Form 90, so you can get a general idea of what the budget of a nonprofit is, who's getting paid what as the highest earning executives. So there's a lot that goes on in nonprofits. This is what I mean by transparency is nuance depending on what kind of organization you are. But the point that I made most was that CETA was a private nonprofit, not a government nor a quasi-government. So what should be the roadmap then for an EDO that is a nonprofit? And I might mention that 95% of all economic development organizations that are not housed within government, 95% of them across the country are formed like CETA. You're right in the norm. It makes sense. That's the only way, in fact, that effective economic development can get done. Now, financial, you should expect to, as a elected or appointed official, to understand how the money is being used in terms of budgets, financial statements, to understand how your contributions are being used. Operational, should be able to understand the strategies and how stakeholders are engaged in the economic development and collaborative processes. And if you've had a strategic planning process that's built that way, this just becomes second nature. A lot of people know what's going on because they help develop the priorities. And then ethical, obviously, to ensure that the nonprofit is not violating any conflict of interest boundaries, that decision-making is being made in good practice. Yes, okay, all these things. It gets to the question, though, do you want more? And where is the line drawn? And where we have seen successful EDOs balance these expectations between businesses and investors is in the following way. First of all, the reason there's EDOs are nonprofits is generally 4 issues. Business leaders are on their board. And if it were a government entity or a quasi-public, oftentimes they have to disclose their personal financial statements. And that can present a safety issue for some of the board members' families. In fact, Fairfax County, Virginia, the legislature said, oh, we want you to disclose all your personal wealth. And half the board resigned on the spot and they realized they had a problem. Okay, so that's the reason you go to a nonprofit organizational structure. If you want that business level expertise at the highest level, that's one way to get it. If you want to discuss with business executives and site consultants, as 95% of the organizations that are competing with you around the country are doing, you need to be able to protect sensitive information. And so they expect their executive director to sign NDOs, non-disclosure agreements. Okay, that can get done that way. Nonprofits also can receive charitable contributions, and they can collaborate and joint venture with other government entities or other non-governmental entities much more closely. So with all that in mind, if I'm a legislator and I want to know what is CETA doing, the executive director is accountable for sharing that information. You talk to executive directors of EDOs across upstate, they'll say, you know, Dan, and I've done this, Dan, maybe 50% of some of my week is meeting with legislators to share with them what's going on, so that they respect what I'm doing. It's part of the job. Now, they're not your employees, they're employees of the board, they're responsible to the board. But there's a lot that can be shared that does not cross the line of that confidentiality. You can learn about what kinds of industries are coming before CETA, are looking at the county. You can find out about the type of workforce they're looking for, what type of skill sets, what kinds of questions are they asking? Are they asking about housing? Are they asking about this? Or schools? What are they worried about? What don't they like? What are their preconceived notions? All these things influence the policies that you make in other areas. And so that's the kind of thing that an executive director can share and do so as often as is needed and not cross that line whatsoever. So our recommendations fall into 4 buckets. You'll have plenty of time to look them over. Unify the economic development ecosystem. CETA was on the right track. It's still the right kind of an organization, but it needs to evolve to be much more integrated. And we recommend, it's a recommendation. I hope you will accept it because your peer counties do, and most of upstate does. And I can tell you a vast majority of EDOs across the country do, and that is combine your deal-making function under one roof. Have the IDAs, county and city, be where they were as part of one structure. That's a unified structure. We're also calling for immediately, we developed a 30, 60, 90-day plan, 100 days. How do you get on track quickly? So we break it out by 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And in the 30 to 60 day time frame, we think it'd be a great idea if the legislators got together with the board, and got together with other stakeholders and had an economic summit to talk about some of the things that I'm talking about, to review the report and the recommendations and see how you can assist the board in executing and better positioning the organization. Streamlining decision-making processes. I talked about why and how to do that. The board is cumbersome right now. It's 15 members, almost half of which are elected members, which flies right in the face of the private businesses that are thinking about Cayuga County because of some of the transparency issues I just talked about. There's a different way to go about this. And we talked about what best practice is. And so we see a smaller, leaner board that is more accountable. And we'll show you in different ways in the report how that's done. Hire that highly trained executive director. Put your resources into going out and finding somebody who can stand up against the peer counties. And invest in resources to secure a stable and funding sources. Please, I would ask you to continue the support for CETA and give it the time it needs to reposition itself. I would also suggest one very, very, very bold thing that would catapult you onto the New York State stage, front and center, and the national stage almost overnight. If you really want to be creative, dedicate some revenue to economic development on an ongoing basis. That's where the movement is in economic development today. You heard about tourism saying, we're broke. we don't have enough money. We need a share. Economic development, why is it though that the jobs and the revenue that actually funds the activities for the county residents, that comes from the private businesses and the industries? And some of that, the economic development community nationally is coming to realize ought to be funding the economic prosperity measures for the county so that they are receiving increased revenues for you then to appropriate for the causes that are so critical to the citizenry. So no action. Well, Camoin is going to predict that you'll continue to lag the national economic indicators. You're going to fall behind your surrounding counties. You're going to struggle to retain the skilled young talent. You're going to have a stagnant economy, and you're going to have declining tax revenues, and you won't have them to meet the public needs. That's what's going to happen if you don't take action. If you do take action, you'll be on a level playing field within 3 to 5 years. I can guarantee that if you get the right person, you'll get the respect from business leaders, real estate developers, and others, potential investors, and your programs and your services will be in alignment, and you'll have far more stakeholders and nonprofit organizations involved in the priorities for economic prosperity in this county. I want to thank you very much. Thank you, and know that Camoin wants to see you succeed. We're prepared if we're called upon, we're prepared to help as well. But we wish you all the luck, and please, if you have comments once you've reviewed the report or questions, know that your upstate firm is here to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. As mentioned, that report will be sent to you electronically following the meeting, so a lot to chew over. I didn't see it. Up next, I just want to alert everyone that we still will have privilege of the floor after this next presentation. So if there's anyone remaining to speak, also, if anyone here would like to speak to the public hearing on the occupancy tax, you may do so. Now, if you wish, if you'd like to be recognized, otherwise, you'll have an opportunity after this presentation. Next up for the presentation, we have tourism.
Hello, good evening. Nicholas on the room. Summer. Yes. Oh, there, there you go. I went to say hi. I was right behind you. And recognize Angela's statement. She's 100% right. The Auburn Public Theater, along with the Auburn Cultural and Historic Site, are a pivotal and extremely important asset to the city and to the county. Our working relationship has always been fantastic. We've been extremely supportive of each other. We will continue honor respecting that relationship. So thank you. All right. So who is Tor Cayuga? I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of take us to ground zero and introduce ourselves. We are a team of professionals, public relations and marketing leaders who are uniquely positioned and qualified to promote Cayuga County tourism and its community assets. Our skill sets, dedication, and appreciation for the destination have come together to make a powerful impact on the communities in both a qualitative, and a quantitative way. It is very important to recognize the leadership in the organization as well as the work we do. So I'd like to just really quick call attention to Claire Dunlap, our Director of Marketing and Sales, Don Brzezowski, our Marketing Assistant. Lynn Sweet was unable to stay with us, but Ash Murray, our Director of Public Relations Manager, and then myself, your fearless leader, Executive Director Karen Cole. Our mission and vision statement, I will not dwell on them. Is it to say we are a research-based marketing organization. We invest in research, we listen to research, we listen to the industry, and we move forward intelligently in what we do to stimulate economic growth and sustain recreational and cultural opportunities in the county. So once again, who is Tor Cayuga? Andrea Siemens, one of our board members who happens to be in the room, is the chair of our Human Resource Committee. And we are very deliberate on our board of directors to ensure there's diversity both from industry and geographic diversity in the county. We ensure that Auburn, Central, Cayuga County, North, South, and county-wide assets and organizations are included. Our diversity, currently, we have attractions, breweries, City of Auburn representatives, community interest organizations, Cayuga County representatives, lodging, outdoor, and restaurants. So we try to cover the breadth of the industry as well so that we can learn from them and they can help guide and support the organization. How is Cayuga County funded? Tour Cayuga is almost exclusively funded by the visitors that stay in the county, which means we fund ourselves. 95% of the occupancy that's collected in the county goes to fund the Cayuga County Tourism Office. 5% is retained as administrative expenses and goes into the Cayuga County budget. Tour Cayuga also pursues great opportunities with both New York State through ESD tourism, matching funds, and Market New York programs. Tour Cayuga multiplies the impact of our funds by creating regional marketing campaigns and joining forces with neighboring counties for a stronger and farther reaching message. That is very important to us. People do not travel to Cayuga County as much as we are proud of our county. Visitors don't know county lines. So creating those regional partnerships and joint messaging is very important. To sum it up, Tour Cayuga is not funded by the city or the county residents, unless we're doing a staycation and we stay in our own hotels. So we're responsible for generating and growing our own budget. The growth of our occupancy tax has been strong. We have been extremely successful. When we hit the bubble of COVID, when everybody exited the city, max exodus, we had a bump. We knew it was coming. We heard it from the trends. We didn't know we could sustain it. That's what we've been surprised at. We have maintained that interest from the national, international, regional, and our own neighbors to continue coming to Cayuga County. And it's not from lack of hard work. I wanted to point this out. As a nonprofit organization, we take very serious effort and be responsible of the funds that we have gathered. 20% of our budget goes to operating expenses. 20%. We're very proud of that, and we work very hard to keep that down. The majority of the budget goes to general marketing initiatives, digital marketing, print marketing, cooperative campaigns, and then we have partner support, groups efforts, and public relations. That's a breakout of our budget this year. I wanted to focus on successful marketing campaigns that we've had. Most of you, I hope all of you, have seen our Cayuga magazine where we highlighted the outdoor products in last year. This year, Central is our museums. This is up and coming. It should be in print in the next couple of weeks. We're very proud of this magazine. It has gotten a lot of interest. Why did we start this magazine? Because of that bubble in 2020. We're out of capacity. Our hotels were doing so well. So we wanted to make sure the people that were here spent money here. So then we kind of shifted our messaging. Instead of trying to get more people, educate the people that are here. Visiting friends and relatives were huge. So this magazine was intended for local and regional information to keep the money in the economic development in our county. So other successful campaign is the Make It Count campaign. This is an award-winning campaign. We were nominated next to Costa Rica and San Diego in the eTourism Awards in Las Vegas this year. Costa Rica and San Diego, that's what we're playing with. Unfortunately, we lost to Costa Rica, but they have a little more history behind them. Another successful marketing campaign is our community posters. We're extremely proud of them. We have worked conjointly with the communities around Cayuga County to understand, who are you? How do you want to be marketed, right? We don't want to tell a story that when a visitor comes here, they feel like they had bait and switch, right? We work with the communities to understand them. So although our job is to talk to people 50 miles out to pull them into our county, this initiative has gotten so much support and love from the communities themselves that we get calls from residents like, can we get some of your posters? I want them for my friends and relatives. I want them for our businesses. This has been a very unique and strategic way for us to communicate to our partners in the communities. Up and coming, very proud, you're getting a sneak peek. This is our positioning for America 250. In case you don't know, America is about to turn 250 years old. We are working to ensure that at the national level, things that happen here in Cayuga County are elevated and recognized. These are important individuals, all of them who are recognized for one or another thing at a national level. Yes, it's a tourism product because we call them out, not just learn about who Harriet Tubman is, but come here and visit her home, visit her Fort Hill, her gravesite, visit the church, walk the streets where Harriet Tubman walked. Same with Emily Howland in Sherwood. Same with Henry Wells in Aurora. Henry Wells started American Express. How many people know that it started here in Cayuga County? So this is a way to talk nationally and bring those eyes here and bring recognition to our county. This one will be released, once again, a very soon to come, and it's our Cayuga cuisine. We're highlighting the food of Cayuga County. And once again, we do things through a community feel. So we'd like to play one video, and you want to get one sneak peek.
Been there?
All right, so we're not going to have sound, but this is Dugan's Grill over by Aurora. It is very well loved. It is a community place. One of the things that he talks about on here is that having a business in Cayuga County is more than just having a business, it's being part of the community. When the restaurant burned down, it's that the community came together to help him rebuild. We have very close working relationships with many of our partners, and there's a new unique campaign for our food angle. So stay tuned, it'll be released. Thank you very much. You're welcome. So this is kind of like a fun way of describing some of the way our brain works. I don't know how many of you have heard of drafting. In car racing, drafting is used to give you a speed boost. So the cars kind of line up and they get a speed boost. We do the same thing for a financial boost in our campaigns. A couple of examples. I Love New York launched their Accessible New York campaign. Cayuga County said, very smart. We have a lot of really good assets in this. So we started getting together video footage of the accessible places that we have in the county. The new ADA accessible kayak launch in Union Springs. Carpenter Falls that have a wonderful viewing platform that takes you all the way to the waterfalls. It's entirely wheelchair accessible. And some of these campaigns, some of these initiatives will be recognized in the 2024 Tourism Awards at our annual meeting at 1010 Barbecue in the south of the county. You're all invited. Come and join us. And we'll be recognizing some of these initiatives. Another example, the Finger Lakes Regional Tourism Council got an EDA grant to elevate the FLX outdoor experience. Cayuga County once again said, that's all right, we got kick-ass outdoor product, right? So Claire came up with this very unique, clever, go beyond, push yourself beyond your personal limits, explore differently the outdoors. So we are going to be kicking off that campaign. One last example. Last year, Governor Hochul launched the New York State Black Traveler Experience. Harriet Tubman's chosen hometown. Who has better product to elevate to this campaign than we do? So we said, that's all right. We will build, create, and promote the Black Traveler Experience in Cayuga County. Utilizing these campaigns that have 10 times more money than we do, we get a financial boost of our funds to make sure the visitor listens to us and they think about us. So the impact of our marketing efforts. This is directly from Destinations International through the tourism, Oxford Economics numbers. So tourism budget is an investment in community vitality. For every dollar in destination promotion generates an average of 1.2 in direct, indirect, and induced state and local tax revenue. We're not only raising our budget, but we're raising the county and the city's budgets by the work that we do. That is a 20% growth in our investment. Tour Cayuga is the brand. We are not the Inns of Aurora. We are not the Auburn Public Theater. We are not Cayuga Winery. We are the brand that tells the story, and we elevate the experiences that are here. It is our responsibility to be at that hilltop and be in those rooms so that our story can be recognized and elevated. Beyond marketing, I will read all this because it very succinctly explains what we do and how we do it. Marketing is not just promoting a site, attraction, or building. It is storytelling, doing the work behind the visually pleasing ads to understand what we are promoting and why. It is intentionality and dedication. The Cayuga County Office of Tourism's dedicated audience did not simply appear after one ad, one campaign, or one article. It has taken years to research and build our audiences and to instill trust through consistent, purposeful, and varied messaging. It has taken time with staff and agencies, time for the message to land, to be recognized, and be acted upon. Potential visitors must be reached at their level, where they are, which requires us to dedicate time, research, and building personas. Thinking of marketing strictly as a monetary action is to diminish the work and the impact. So our visitors. I'm going to throw a lot of statistics and numbers at you. You'll have a presentation at your disposal to look at it more in detail. The visitor data, what are they doing? They're going to outdoor recreation, to attractions, specialty retail, colleges and universities. The visitor data of where are they spending their money, okay? In food, in retail, I have to turn around because my eyes, gas and service stations, accommodations, attractions. This research is what I started with. We are a research-based organization. We need to understand who our visitor is, where are they going, what are they interested in order to be able to promote the assets that will drive the visitation. And this is a fun graph. Where are visitors coming from? We have very strong representation in the Northeast, some down in Florida, some up in Ohio, but we understand, and there's other research that we have that kind of helps us understand the household income of our visitors for a certain campaign so that we can properly target and create those personas. What region do they visit? Auburn is about 50% of our visitation comes to Auburn. It's also where more than 50% of our hotels are. That's part of the equation. But once they're here, as the letter from Kristen Lunkenheimer mentioned, they're exploring the rest of the county. So the benefits of tourism to residents. The ultimate customer of tourism is the resident, not the visitor. Think about that. When you think of the tourism office, you think that we're just working to tell the visitor the story that's here. But our work directly relates to a better standard of living, a better destination for the resident. Tourism is not the goal, it is the means to an end. Tourism done right drives sustainable, responsible growth. The visitor economy drives job creation, small business success, community revitalization, increased local and state tax revenues, all resulting in improved standard of living, quality of life, and pride of place for communities and residents. And can you do tourism differently? 100%. Can tourism be a very pretty ad that goes there? 100%. But that is not how your tourism company works. We are very deliberate and very intentional in the work we do. This is some national resident sentiment about tourism. What are they thinking nationally about tourism? Destination organizations act as cultural custodians or stewards through intentional initiatives and programs. Most residents value tourism as a direct contributor to their quality of life amenities. Okay, what do Cayuga County residents say about tourism? 85% of the residents that we have got take this survey have stated that tourism provides more positive than negative consequences. Categories they particularly responded to was the general aspect of the county, 83%, the preservation and showcasing of its historical heritage, 90%, the local economy, 72%. They offer cultural and leisure activities, 85%. Once again, tourism is an economic development driver. We just had the gentleman from Camden talk about how important economic development is. Tourism in the Finger Lakes, tourism in Cayuga County is a big part of that equation. Destinations with a higher concentration of visitor-related industries have tended to grow faster than average over the past decade. So our work makes a difference in many other aspects. This is the beginning of my wrap up. This right here demonstrates the cycle of tourism. This diagram depicts the chain reaction as the promotion of a destination acts as a catalyst for broader community benefits and economic development. Tour Cayuga, by promoting the destination to leisure, business, and group travelers, sparked this chain reaction of economic development. But what does this chain reaction mean? If we build a place where people want to visit, you build a place where people want to live. If you build a place where people want to live, you build a place where people want to work. And this one's very important. If you build a place where people want to work, you build a place where business needs to be. And that's very important. And bring the cycle around. If you build a place where business needs to be, has to be, then you build a place where people have to visit. It all starts with a visit, and that visit does not happen without us. Local law change requested by the City of Auburn. Why are we here today? What is in the docket? What is a public hearing about? The City of Auburn's resolution for a change to the local law states, now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and the city council request to the members of the Cayuga County Legislature that they make whatever changes necessary to allow for Cayuga County hotel and room occupancy tax resource collected within the municipal boundaries of the City of Auburn to be shared evenly between the City of Auburn and Cayuga County. So I stated at the beginning, our occupancy tax is 5%, right? So they're requesting 2.5% go to the city budget and the rest of 2.5% collected within the city to stay in the county, and the city takes 5%. This request directly impacts the Cayuga County Tourism Office's budget by taking half of the occupancy tax at the Auburn hotels and home rentals. Using the 2023 budget as an example, this would cut our budget by over $320,000. What impact would this have on our budget? Some of the big campaigns that we mentioned that have taken years to establish and get reputation and get the eyes of the nation on our area would have to cease. This would be detrimental to the work that we do and how we do our work. A couple of examples that would have to go. We currently have a grant program. I've talked to Angela about this grant program. We have talked with the mayor and with the chairperson to consider adapting this grant program, to expand it, to provide more opportunities. Right now, it is very centrally focused towards events, providing funding to create more events that will drive eyes and visitation to the county. We're open to the discussion. We've had the discussion. We are analyzing it. We're reviewing other models to see what could be presented to provide grants to the county's cultural and historical sites. Some of the other examples, Where You Go Matter campaigns that I mentioned, the Harry Tubman's Chosen Hometown Public Relations that has had amazing success, the National Poster Series, video development, and if you're into social media, you know that video is king. The Cayuga Magazine, and the ability to host national and international media. All these are at jeopardy. So the City of Auburn is looking for different methods for funding the tourism needs. One, a state budget, and I'll read from this morning's paper. The line item reads, payment to the City of Auburn, $200,000. The money, according to the State Senator Rachel May's office, is to help the city cover costs associated with operating the New York State Equal Rights Heritage Center in Auburn. That is a tourism initiative, $200,000. Additionally, it has been petitioned to allow an additional 5% occupancy tax on city hotels and home rentals. The City of Auburn is proposing to add this 5% tax to city adding the 5% tax increase to an already established 13%, which is 8% tax and 5% occupancy, could significantly impact hotel occupancy rates. And here I'll pause for a second. I hear a lot that, increase in occupancy tax doesn't really have a big impact in decision making. When you look at the household income of our visitor, they're not wealthy visitors. So these decisions do impact, and not only to the individual visitor, who when they book, they might not think about it, but group travel and group organizers are heavily swayed with this additional tax, and it will be an impact. So there you have an additional $500,000, and that's in the conservative. So between these two, the city of Auburn is already seeking an additional over $700,000. In addition to that is the request for the local law change that we have in front of us. And that request is to change the current occupancy tax, as we just saw on the other slide, which is granted by the county. It would reduce the tourism budget and provide the city with a total of 7.5% of the city occupancy tax. All these put together are approximately, or maybe even over $1 million. Let that sit a minute. Okay. My question is, I'm interested in this. And Auburn's cultural and historical sites deserve the transparency of where is this allocated in the city budget. I am a big advocate, a big supporter, and a big contributor to the messaging for the cultural sites. We acknowledge that without them, a big significant of our assets, of the reason people travel, would be jeopardized. But I do want to know, if there's already this over $700,000, why pursue this change in the law in addition? Thank you. Our doors are always open. We're a very open, transparent organization, and we look forward to your questions.
That concludes our presentations for this evening. I did not take the opportunity to ask you if you had any questions for Dan Gunderson from Camoin while he was here in this presentation. Well, thank you for staying.
Oh.
I didn't know if it would just be from the legislature. Yeah. So I didn't know if the legislature had any questions for you.
I just made a comment. It was an excellent presentation, and I'm really looking forward to reading the entire report. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And then for the tourism report, if you have any questions for Carol, wrap up our presentation portion. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next because we still have public to be heard. Thank you for waiting. It's been a long meeting and it continued to be for a little bit. We have, at this point, privilege of the floor, so there may be people here to speak on a variety of issues. So you're welcome to podium and state your name, address. Yes.
I'd like to ask for privilege of the floor for Jason Meyer.
Okay, welcome. Mr. Meyer, you can state your name and address. Have 3 minutes.
Molly, I live in Auburn. How is everyone?
Good.
So I wasn't gonna come here and speak on this homeless shelter issue, conversation, pushback, conversation, hateful talks project that I've been hearing in the community. But for some reason, I felt the need to come here and kind of give you my take. And I'm leaving, right? And I love this county. I've done a lot of work here, but I'm leaving soon, right? But I still think it's important to understand kind of my view from the boots on the ground. So I'll pose a question. Here, think about this. If you are a person who lives next door to an 80-bed facility, how would that feel? And if you don't know, how about you take a ride down Gifford Street in Syracuse and see how it would feel? Because it wouldn't feel so good. It's not a nice place. I bring this up because I had a conversation with somebody in another institution I'm trying to be political here. I'm not good at that. In another institution, and the person thought that the 80-bed facility would be great, right? And on paper, it sounds awesome, right? More housing, more safety, more services, all this stuff on paper, on paper, on paper, on paper, on paper. It looks good, right? And my experience has been, my first job in human services was to integrate and reintegrate folks that were seriously mentally ill, chronically homeless, and chronic substance users. And we had an 87% success rate. We had an 87% success rate because we used our resources, the agency's resources, to integrate those people into the community. If you take a look at the homeless shelters that we have now in our community, are they successful? Are they successful at integrating and reintegrating people into the community? Would you want an 80-bed facility next door to you? Most of the people, not all, most of the people that are in homeless shelters have had some serious issues in life. They didn't land there on like the wings of victory, right? It wasn't all, our life wasn't so great that they ended up in a homeless shelter. Granted, there are some. There's also another thing that was thinking of, like the system kind of thing. And, sometimes I feel like the system is against me. How am I doing?
Almost a minute.
Awesome. So there's a woman that I'm working with, right? And she reached out to me and she wanted to do some intern work. She's a convicted felon, violent convicted felon, going to college here in Auburn for human services, right? Now, she can't get an internship anywhere, right? But she's going to school for human services. Where's the gap there? We're missing something from up here to down here. Like, I don't know what's happening, but I feel like there's a bunch of people calling shots and nobody really knows what's happening down here, or they take what's being told to them and they don't take that right to Gifford Street. And so I personally think that if you take the 16 beds that we have, take 4 staff per 4 people, work intensely with those 4 people each, reintegrate those folks into the community successfully. Successfully means 2 years in the community without paid supports. I think if we did that and invested our time and money in that, we might get a little bit further than forming an 80-bed facility with the same services that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, may I speak on that one since I was slightly different?
Sure, I do have somebody heading to the podium and I want to honor her, but next to that.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Claire Howard, 12 Academy Street, Annapolis.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson and legislators. Excuse me. My name is Claire Howard, and I'm here today as a member of the Cayuga Community Faith Partners to advocate for the homeless population that we serve in the Auburn area. Our partnership consists of members from 5 churches who share care and concern for the homeless. In January, we created a drop-in center at the Harriet Tubman Memorial AME Zion Church on Franklin Street, where we offer several hours of refuge every Friday afternoon. This includes food and beverages, some clothing and personal hygiene items, charging stations for phones, restrooms, and referral sources for further care. In addition, we have a field team that prepares and delivers 100 to 125 lunches to 6 area motels that house homeless families and individuals. From our pool of 30 volunteers, 8 people sign up for each Friday and work either at the church or out in the field. We have observed that the motel solution is not a good solution for our homeless problem in Auburn. In addition to the space being severely cramped for families, it is financially draining for them and for the city and for the county. And there is not adequate protection and monitoring to keep them safe. We are here this evening to advocate for these people. A more permanent solution in the form of a new shelter is desperately needed in order to provide the necessary care,
and services for our neighbors and fellow citizens who have no homes, no food, no jobs, no childcare, no counseling, and no way to improve their lives. We urge you to begin a new housing project as soon as possible to provide a better, more workable, and more successful solution. Thank you for the opportunity for us to share our concerns with you, our representative.
My wife wishes to speak for.
Okay.
Hi, thanks for coming. I don't need to call my address or?
Yeah, state your name and address.
Okay. Yeah. 3 minutes. Okay, welcome. Hi, my name is Nancy Bishop. I live at 77 Hazelhurst Ave in Auburn. I work at the Chapel House. I'm a resident aide. And I work at the one on Grant Ave. And we definitely do need an 80-bed facility out there. I mean, we have to do rounds every hour on the hour outside, down the wooden stairs to get to the bottom floor, and outside in the back and up the ramp again. And that's not a good situation because you see a lot of people on Grand Ave walking early in the morning, like going to Prospect apartments. I mean, cutting through the facility to get to their apartments and going past the place and walking up towards the movie theater or somewhere. I mean, and these people, these clients, and they're people. At the Chapel House on Franklin Street, they have breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, coffee, everything that they need over there. But at the place on Grand Ave, they only have a microwave to cook their food. They don't have stoves there. I mean, they bring the boxes and they put it on the porch. Some people grab them, but they need a well-balanced meal. I mean, these clients, they would give the shirt off their back to you. They would do anything for you. I mean, they asked me if they could help me do stuff around the place for, like bring out the trash, vacuuming downstairs. I said, yes. And I mean, take a look at each single one of you guys. When you were growing up and stuff, in your teenage years, I mean, didn't you guys get in trouble in the past? I mean, what did your neighbors think about it? And now, I mean, at work, some people don't like other people. I mean, and neighbors don't like neighbors. I mean, it's like, they're people too. The clients are people too. They, I mean, they deserve, they deserve stuff. I mean, like, you had to feed the hunger and clothe the homeless. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Karen, Walters, Glenda Schwarzkopf. I don't know who's one first, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. He just, go ahead. Karen, are you sure?
I don't know.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, come on up. Thank you. As well.
Good evening. My name is Mike Bishop. I live at 77 Hazelhurst in Auburn. Feed the hungry, shelter the homeless, the Beatitudes. Some of us take it for granted, but right now we're having a serious discussion about the need for a safe place for the homeless. Many city and county residents are against the rescue mission building an 80-bed facility. Perhaps that's not the best option. There are other ideas. Just off the top of my head, St. Francis Rectory is for sale. You could rehab the convent, and the school, St. Joseph's School, is for sale. And that would fit both. And you could still keep Chapel House remodeled nearby, or another idea would to remodel Rolls Ray of Light emergency shelter, but that would be not as cost effective. But that would move some of the away from where some of the, I know there are some elderly in the community that are very scared. There's been a scare tactic targeted at older residents in the community. Sorry, I can't read my word. That are armed, that are aimed at the shelter. I think they would need protection. Obviously, there's going to be a need for programs, which they do have now. They have case managers. Residents would have to get a job within a certain amount of time. So I thought 90 days might be, they would have to sign a contract, be willing to get counseling and mental health therapy, find a job within a reasonable amount of time, say 90 to 120 days. Find permanent housing within a year. These are just ideas off the top of my head. They would need personal and vocational counseling. And the motto of Chapel House, it's a hand up, not a handout. And they would need to hire more staff, resident aides, and case managers. It's just my thought on this.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna let letter to the other day.
Thank you. State your name and address.
Good evening, Karen Walter, 15 Case Avenue. Can you hear? Or is it, I'm still on the outdoor voice.
Outdoor voice, I guess where we're at, yeah.
There you go.
Work it all.
I didn't think I was going to speak tonight, but when the topic came up, I felt obligated to. I have to agree with the recent newspaper article where our commissioner of DSS said that affordable housing is the problem. And that was a view that was also shared by the Homeless Coalition. And I agree that that is the root problem. So to invest money into an emergency homeless shelter that's going to take longer than 2 years to build on a very busy street, a state highway, which the New York State Comptroller on his audit on homelessness said they should not be on a busy street for both health reasons, physically, as well as asthmatic problems, exacerbations, and so forth. The mandate, the basic minimum requirement that I've been able to see is that the person needs to come to the delivery or the agency of service. We currently have 2 full-time outreach people that are going out into the community, even when our shelters and all available rooms are taken, and having those people come forward and saying, I too need a room. There's a possibility of sanctioning. So those who are not in compliance when they're at a shelter or a hotel, they can be sanctioned and not have any services for 30 days. I don't think that that's happening. There are certain things that can happen to curtail this emergency problem. You have a need at this facility to have repairs done. $52 million, I believe. And when I listened to the recording of this legislature in October 23rd of last year, I was paused by the comment to the developer, I can turn $1 million into 8. And all I thought it was being at the state fair. Come on over. Watch me turn $1 million into 8. That doesn't exist. What happens is he may be able to get grant money in order to come up with that other financing. But in the meantime, having Grand Avenue is the main thoroughfare into our county to enjoy the tourism activities. It's contradictory in terms. So I know that this body has pledged or allocated $1 million in ARPA money. And you have until the end of this year to either allocate or reallocate. But based on this developer's track record, it's going to take him 4 years to complete that project. And that'll be outside the terms of your ARPA money. So you stand to lose $1 million. Don't even think about making the other 7. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I too feel held to speak on behalf of this issue. A shelter with 80 beds is certainly a positive. Excuse me, Miss, could we have your name? Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay. My name is Ashley Mensch. I live at 1178 Barker Street in Tully, New York, and I've worked in Auburn in this for the last 10 years. The executive director at Next Ride, and prior to Next Ride, I was at Grace. So I'm just going to read some of this, not all of this, but I think this is a really important issue that touches the work that we're doing day in and day out with boots on the ground, as has been said. We are amidst a affordable housing crisis. That's been said, in an undeniable mental health and drug use crisis. Before we're going to see any economic development improve in our area, this is an issue that we need to address first. So my name is Ashley, and I myself am a person in long-term sustained recovery, and professionally I'm a KSAC. The importance of having access to safe housing for individuals in recovery is imperative, and for people in general. My background is the treatment world, so I'm going to speak about recovery. Abraham Maslow, a distinguished American psychologist, developed a hierarchy of needs well known in the field of human services, wherein Maslow underscores that housing and shelter rests at the very base of all human needs, along with food, water, air, and sleep, to name a few others. Without these needs being met, human beings cannot survive for long, and certainly human beings lacking these needs cannot be expected to contribute to their community in a meaningful way. COVID-19, coupled with the exponential technological advances and the ever-climbing cost of living, have together created this crisis. According to our internal records at Nick's Ride, in 2023, the 465 unique individuals served, 37.83% identified as being homeless. That count does include sheltered and unsheltered homeless. In the first quarter of 2024, we saw an uptick in about 6%, and we see 44.78% of our folks being homeless. Without a responsible, humane, and financially sustainable plan, we know that the current homelessness rate will continue to increase. As this rate increases, we can anticipate a slew of negative effects and impacts to our local community, increased visibility of the issue at large, increased county spending needing to address the issue with no long-term solution, an uptick in increasingly dangerous neighborhoods wherein trap houses continue to emerge and plight the immediate safety and well-being of nearby residents. Petty crime will continue to soar, and local law enforcement and emergency services will be tasked with attempting to intervene to keep the community safe while putting their own lives at risk. In closing, I'm going to share a personal story to help break down some of the misconceptions surrounding individuals who are struggling with homelessness. Folks that find themselves homeless, there are many paths to it happening. I'm going to talk about mine. When I was 25 years old, I became homeless. While certainly my actions contributed to my situation back then, it's very important to understand how the antecedents of adverse childhood experiences shaped my teenage and early adulthood years. I was brought into this world fully loaded with a genetic predisposition for mental illness and a long line of alcoholism in my family, where my parents fought incessantly until they separated in a divorce when I was in junior high school. Prior to my parents' separation, when I was in the 5th grade, I was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, following a very difficult year of intrusive thoughts that catalyzed in combination with my parents' incessant discord and a 3rd grade teacher that by today's standards would be identified as abusive. I recall this time period as being debilitating due to the level of anxiety and fear it produced in me. If that wasn't enough, at the age of 15, I became the victim of sexual assault, an experience that I tried my hardest to erase from memory, which significantly changed the trajectory of my life. For an outsider looking in, it appeared that I had a good childhood with many privileges. My maternal grandfather was a doctor from Cornell, and my paternal grandfather was a lawyer from Tulane. My mother was a school teacher and my father a carpenter. We lived in a home on Tully Lake that my father had built. We flew to Florida every winter for winter break. However, after the sexual assault, I turned to numbing myself through the use of drugs, and this pattern of behavior persisted until January 12, 2009, the day I chose to become homeless. Yes, I chose to become homeless so that I could receive life-saving medication not available in upstate New York at the time, but very accessible in New York City. For me, becoming homeless was the first step in coming back from the tortured life I had been living. This might sound strange and counterintuitive, but it was the only way forward for me in my life at that time. I was the likes of our current NIMBY cries in opposition to the homeless shelter. A person from out of county, receiving services in Manhattan, and I was a person addicted to drugs. Thankfully today, due to the many hands up and support I received along the way, I am in recovery and have been for 14 years. I am a single working mother of 7-year-old twins who are both thriving and compassionate little human beings. I am a trauma survivor. I'm educated. I am a home owner, and I am a respected member of this community. I'm a person with authority to speak on behalf of issues surrounding homelessness, both from a personal and professional standpoint. And as the executive director at Nick's Ride, who primarily is seeing homelessness day in and day out and the devastation it causes to folks. I believe I was worth the investment of out-of-county resources in 2009, and I know the majority of rational-minded people would agree. My hope is that the planning board and all the bodies of government involved locally as a whole can kind of see through the ungracious, misinformed, and better than attitudes that are standing in direct opposition to the proposed shelter And moreover, I hope by sharing my story, it helps each of you see clearly how this oppositional influence is blurring and hindering the decision to take action to do what is right and humane for our community. Thank you for hearing me out.
I'm Dr. Sherry Weiss. My residence is 42 Bishop Ave in Syracuse. I work at the Cayuga Community Health Network here at Auburn. So, good evening, Madam Chairwoman, county legislators, distinguished committee members, and guests. I am Dr. Sherry Weiss, the Executive Director of the Cayuga Community Health Network, but I'm also someone who experienced homelessness. For 5.5 months back in 2013, I had a house fire, and it left me temporarily homeless. At the time, I was working for the YWA of Boone County as a housing coordinator for 2 programs. It was 3 a.m. on February 13th, 2013, when I woke to the sound of smoke alarms going off and the smell of smoke in my bedroom. When I went into the hallway, I could already see a thin veil of smoke and hear the alarm shouts of my housemates. Within a few minutes, we were all outside with our pets, and the fire department did an awesome job of putting out the fire. But it had caused extensive damage, and we were told the home was uninhabitable. In that moment, I felt a sense of dread and panic, and I didn't know where I was going to go. I didn't know what I was going to be able to do, and I didn't have a home. In that moment, I also had a great epiphany, as I realized this is exactly what my clients experience in their homelessness. It was one of the worst moments of my life, and I would not wish that on anyone. The Red Cross was there, and they were very kind to us. I was extremely privileged because I had insurance and the ability to rebuild. But for 5.5 months, I lived in a hotel while I navigated several systems to be able to get my life back to some semblance of normal. We had nothing but the clothes on our bodies and our vehicles. I had a full-time job, ironically, helping homeless individuals that I had to maintain while I navigated systems to get clothing, food, personal needs, and all the resources in order to rebuild. Eventually, in August of that year, I was able to move back into my home and pick up the pieces moving forward. That experience gave me a unique and very personal perspective that forever impacted me and drove me to the path I'm on now. Homelessness happens to people for various reasons. Sometimes it's through poor decisions or poor choices. Sometimes situations happen like the loss of a job or rental costs exceeding someone's budget. Sometimes it's caused by disaster like the fire I experienced. Whatever the reason, at that moment in time, when someone no longer has a place to call home, no safe place to sleep, and no access to basic needs, they're part of the population we call homeless. I share this with you tonight because I want you and our community members to understand that homelessness is not always a choice, and that homeless people come in all demographics, from all walks of life, and all socioeconomic statuses. We all know there's a serious homelessness issue in our county, and the most current project and potentially the most critical solution is the proposed homeless shelter on Grand Ave. This location is currently zoned for a shelter and currently has a shelter there that is doing good work and the best that they can, but they do not have the capacity to meet the current needs. Supporting the new proposed shelter project will not only create a program that will meet the current needs of our community, but also provide critical supports and services through many partnerships that exist between the Rescue Mission and agencies like mine. The Rescue Mission has over a century of experiencing helping those who need it most, and they have the ability to run a state-of-the-art, cost-effective project that will create a safe and supportive environment for those individuals experiencing homelessness. This project will also provide avenues for successful housing, employment, and stabilization for those experiencing homelessness, while saving the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. For some, it's a matter of money. For some, it's a moral imperative. And for some, it's simply kindness towards friends, families, and neighbors. Whatever your reasons are, I urge you to support the Rescue Mission, Housing Visions, and this shelter project in whatever manner you're able to. Thank you.
Your name and address?
Tony Ventura, 22 Hickory Street here in Auburn. I wasn't going to speak tonight either, but I kind of feel compelled. One of the things that people have been talking about is getting people out of the hotels because it's so expensive. And I think the last person who spoke said it's going to save the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. No, it's not. They're looking at putting that shelter on Grand Ave. The developer said $15 million. Whether it's grant money or it's tax money, it doesn't matter. That's $187,500 per bed that they're putting in there. If you're putting up an emergency shelter, it should be for an emergency. Some of the residents at some of these shelters have been there more than a year. That's not an emergency. I think what we need to do is take a step back, take the money that we're going to use for these things and make affordable housing. I mean, the whole issue is people not being able to afford to pay rent, not being able to afford to live. Let's change that. Building more shelters because you're going to shift people from these hotels to a shelter. And you're saying you're going to save money. No, you're not. There's going to be people from other counties coming here to take those hotel rooms open as soon as those beds open. There's already agreements made with Monroe County, Onondaga County, Oswego County, Tompkins County, and I think Wayne County. The agreements have already been made. So as soon as those people move from the hotels to the shelter, that opens up beds. We as the taxpayers of Cayuga County are going to have to pay for that. The grant money only will only help build the shelter. The ongoing expenses of running the shelter is going to fall on the taxpayers. We simply can't afford it. And it's not a point of having kindness in your heart or feeling bad for people and trying to help people and give them a hand up. I get that. We simply cannot afford it. Every meeting that I go to, and I never went to meetings before this year. Every meeting that I go to, the common denominator is we have no money. The city's asking the county to split money from the hotels because they're broke. The county's building here is falling apart. The elevator gets stuck 2 to 3 times a week is what I'm told. Why don't we use the money to fix the things that we have to fix for our residents here? We keep dancing around it like, oh, it's going to be grant money. Grant money, if the developer even gets the grants, once the grant money is used to help build the shelter, we're paying for it. We simply can't afford it. And it's not because I'm a cold-hearted person or that I don't care about people. We can't afford it. If my kids wanted something, I would try to get it for them if we could afford it. But there was a lot of times we couldn't afford it. This is one of those things we cannot afford. And it has nothing to do with helping people. We don't have the money to do it. So when everybody comes up and says, well, this is what we should do because people need help. I understand people need help. Let's help people in our own community first instead of bringing people from all these other counties here, because that's what's going to happen. So let's look at making affordable housing instead of more emergency shelters. These emergency shelters haven't worked in the past. They're not working now. If you keep doing the same thing over and over and just throwing money at it, isn't helping anybody. Let's get some affordable housing, whether it's putting up apartments that are low-income housing, that's fine. But these shelters are not the answer. For people to stay in a shelter for a year, that's not an emergency shelter. That's a place for them to live for a year. That's not helping them. It's giving them a bed for the night, yeah. Or the week, yeah. But putting them in a shelter for a year, you're not helping that person. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may.
Okay.
I also didn't, I thought I would just be an observer for this evening, but as one of the people that delivers the meals to the homeless on Fridays, I felt the need to speak. The first thing I'd like to say, but by the grace of God.
I have your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan Johnson, 3 Norman Ave, Auburn. I think if any of us had taken a wrong decision, a wrong turn, we could be homeless too. Now, what I keep hearing is the shelter's not good, not in my backyard, you've got to do something else. And what I'm envisioning is a game of tennis. We keep lobbing the ball back and forth. What I'd like to endorse is to put some kind of committee together of opponents and proponents that could discuss a realistic solution. We have a realistic problem. And for those that would say, these people are there for a year or more, there may be some of that. But when I deliver meals on Fridays, we keep going to different rooms in different hotels. People are migrating in and out and succeeding. Thank you.
At this time, anyone who wishes either on the public hearing or any other issues to bring before the body. Any takers? Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to the next portion of the agenda. Yes, so we can pick.
We can type it.
Okay. At this point, we're going to close the public hearing on the local law. 825. Deb, I'll let you move on.
Minutes to approve March 26, 2024.
All
those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Next, we have appointments and reappointments. These had previously been through the board, and some folks hadn't signed the book yet. So we had to bring them back before the board. There was a change. Mr. Petcher is going to be our representative on the Ward O'Hara Agricultural Museum Committee. So that it's, wanted to note that that's a new change here, but everything else has been before us. Can I get a motion? Motion. Any discussion on this? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. That's carried. Thank you. Announcements. We received a letter from the City of Auburn regarding the room tax. We also, I have a group of letters of support for the homeless shelter that have been coming in. So those will be given to the clerk as well. Okay. What I'm going to do, what I've decided to do is we're going to take Dr. Durant's report and committee reports, and then we're going to take a recess. Take a moment so everyone can have a little break before we continue the rest of the meeting. So we're going to continue on with Dr. Durant. He's here at this time. The CCC report. Okay. All right. We're going to move on from that. Contact him, and I did reach out to him to ask for his presence at the meetings. So hopefully he will be attending in the future. It is a big vacation week, I know. Okay, up next, committee reports or any individual legislative reports. Okay, at this point, I think we do a 10-minute recess. So we'll take a break for 12 minutes. Does anyone get up and stretch your legs? We'll continue the meeting.
Getting that down.
I bet you give me that.
For the gym, just to.
But, speaking we had.
I don't know
that presentation. Sum it up and spend money.
You know, I was, how are you?
I should know you, but,
What?
I should know you.
Yeah, yes. How are you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Oh, well.
Yeah? Sad. How are things?
I literally have not found one.
Alright.
Is there anybody else?
Good.
You?
I have an internship this summer.
Oh, yeah. Start out.
Magic.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, we called.
Could be live or not. It's
Call back
up
to
now.
session. What time was it?
Time is, you're right.
8:51. Okay, thank you. At this point, I have a chair report to share. Past month has been very busy. Today I had an exciting opportunity to join the villages of Cayuga, Union Springs, and Aurora for their DRI introduction meeting. I am a member of the local planning committee. There's a steering committee for the DRI, and it is co-chaired by all three mayors and myself. So we are ready to embark on a really exciting time in this county. They were awarded $10 million. Be a lot of focused effort on this, and I'm really excited to be a part of it. So appreciate that. Tomorrow is a very exciting day. We're excited to announce the grand opening of the new Sterling Nature Center facility. In partnership with the Lake Ontario Resiliency and Economic Development Initiative and the Friends of Sterling Nature Center, we invite you all here to join us on Wednesday, April 24th at 2 p.m. Be the first to experience this incredible new facility showcasing a very special part of Cayuga County. And Jonathan Anna did not write that.
No, I didn't.
The event will include remarks by yours truly, New York State Department of State, DEC, and then as well as other local leaders. Please join us to celebrate this important investment in Cayuga County. This is a huge benefit to regional tourism and economic development. So we're really, really excited about getting this opened and underway. So if you don't get a chance to come tomorrow, please put it on your calendars to get up there as soon as this weather breaks. And I have a feeling we may have a meeting up there before the year is out. So excited. Fred's asking for an office there, but you.
I am.
Sorry. I wanted to update this body on our building project. County team, including the operations team, finance director, budget director, county attorneys. We did meet with fiscal advisors regarding the bond process for this building. We also investigated the seeker requirements for this project, and I'm going to share information with this body in the coming days to discuss next step. A really important point here, and we need to get a very clear picture of how this is going to affect us financially. So we're excited to get that moving. I've continued to attend meetings with the City of Auburn on the topic of water, regional rates and solutions to regional water project. I, in fact, also attended a meeting at Cayuga Milk Ingredients to discuss their needs for water, and was able to just observe, I guess, the town of Aurelius and Cayuga Milk Ingredients, trying to figure out how to best to supply them with the water they need and the certain pressure that they need. So I was happy to be a part of that as well. There's going to be a compensation study, hopefully in 2024. It's on the agenda for today. This study would assess our salaries of non-bargaining employees and present a market comparison. An RFP netted vendors, and I participate in the process. A vendor has been selected to move the project forward, and that is on the agenda for this evening. We continue to meet with labor management meetings, and those are going well. We are listening to the staff and their needs, doing our best to address them. So we're happy with the open communication that we have with our partners in the county. The Personnel Committee continues to meet and look for solutions and strategies to address department needs. We had 3 meetings yesterday alone on this topic. The additional committee has been useful to our departments, looking for structural needs, or just simply a venue to bounce ideas off of people. So I'm really happy that our department heads are utilizing that. Tonight we had an economic development presentation. I wanted to alert the board that I have allowed a representative from CETA to address us following my presentation to you here just now. So they're going to come up and they're going to have a few minutes, less than 5 minutes to address us. So just so you know, that's coming. Solar eclipse. Office of Emergency Management had been planning for the total solar eclipse since November 2023. I was very impressed with the planned activities around Cayuga County that netted thousands of residents and visitors. At the after action review, which was an event that was held in our EOC last week, our 911 deputy, Ben Guzlak, reported no increase in volume of activity in their 911 center. And I just want to point out that there was events happening in the city of Auburn, events happening all over the county that netted thousands of people, and they didn't have an increase in calls. So we were able to, through the careful planning and careful communication with the public, we were able to enjoy a really once-in-a-lifetime event in a safe, careful way. So I applaud everyone that's been involved, specifically our Emergency Director, Riley Shurtleff, and his staff. New York State Police was there in the after action review, Auburn Police Department, Sheriff's Office, all the volunteer fire and EMS. They really planned and they were ready. It turned out to be a great day for the history books with an increase in visitation. And as I said, we were able to provide an overall safe environment. On our agenda every month, we do have legislator and committee reports. I understand, there are many committees that we all serve on. And so we're all sort of stretched thin. But I do want to urge you to take the opportunity to report on your committees that you're a part of. The committees in the county are really excited to have legislative representation. And so I think it's important that you do report out so that we do know what's going on. Typically, these committees are groups that we fund either directly or indirectly. So it's important that we know what's going on with taxpayer money too. So we'd like to know, how is it going there? What can you celebrate? Maybe, what are some things that maybe you have ideas about? But this is an idea for you to come to the legislature and share what you're seeing in your committee. So please feel free to do that. There continues to be many openings in the county for employment opportunities. Please consult the website to learn about these positions. They're, all over the county. Diane, what is the, is it civil service?
By civil service.
Bycivilservice.com, /CayugaCounty.com. If you go to the county website, you look up employment opportunities, you will see all the job postings. So encourage folks in your lives and in your neighborhoods and in other environments to try and look for a position in Cayuga County. It's a great place to work. So just wanted to shout out about that. I also wanted to express my gratitude to our department heads, supervisors, and staff of Cayuga County. They make us proud, the work they do. Thank you for your work in preparing information and sharing during the oversight committee meetings. I just want to remind everyone that the department head meeting is tomorrow at 10 a.m. here in Chambers. I want to thank you, legislators, for your continued support. It's my honor to represent this legislature. I'm pleased at the communication between members of the body, especially over the last month. I really felt like there's a really easy flow of information between all of us. So I hope that that continues, and I appreciate you and the effort that that takes. Overall, this concludes my report, but I do have a report from the operations team. Steve Lynch and Shireen Androsco have been very busy as well. While I've been doing all those things, they've been doing these things. So they have been collaborating with Human Resources, County Attorney, and other departments to revise and update county policies for consideration by the legislature, including working with Purchasing Director and County Attorney on the purchasing policy, hybrid remote work policy, working with Finance on a county travel policy, background check policy, working with County Attorney and Purchasing on county contract policy, collaborating with Finance, Payroll, HR, and IT to integrate a related processes under a unified software platform, and working with the HR Director on health policies and updates. They also continued their work with updating and expanding operational guidance for the employee handbook, department head orientation, identifying and scheduling training opportunities for department heads, attending regular meetings of the Personnel Committee to review position changes and personnel requests, and participating in labor management meetings. With the leadership team to coordinate Cayuga County capital projects and planning, they have been working on the roof replacement project, the public safety building roof replacement project, historic post office renovations with city courts, county office building renovation project, and positioning the county to access Central New York Connect All broadband funding. So we've been holding regular meetings with the city and county stakeholders, including representatives from the city and county IDAs to address options for a comprehensive economic development program. So that is just a snapshot of what they've been doing this past month. Very busy doing all of that work while I was able to attend to these things. So I thank you for being such a great team, and I enjoy working with you both. So thank you. So this overall concludes my report. At this point, we welcome a member of CETA to address us. Mr. Springer, welcome.
My name is Doug Springer. I'm a board member for CETA, and you all heard the report that Camoin gave today. We commissioned that report, the study anyway, to study what CETA could do better and how it could do it better and take advantage of all the opportunity that is out there. And among the recommendations that they made was that we pursue a very seasoned economic development executive to lead the charge. And in that vein, they suggested and recommended that we let them choose their own team to pursue that goal and to help them execute. And to that end, today we released the existing staff of CETA, and we have contracted with another group that does the operations of an economic development organization nearby, I believe, in the Rochester area. And they will take over the day-to-day operations of CETA while we reconstitute and relaunch CETA as an entity. And we did it that way because the importance of hiring a seasoned executive. We've done searches before, and we had trouble with retention, and we feel we really need to take our time to get it right this time. And so rather than managing a staff takes time. So we outsourced it in the interim. We took that first step to clean the slate and to provide a path forward for a new executive director. We hit today's actions. We have in our budget to continue through July 31st, to engage the existing stakeholders in a meaningful and solid way. And that's it. One of the things that the report offered was that there were questions about transparency, and we thought it was important to address it here. It's always awkward to do something like this, but we're committed to seeing through these recommendations, and we need your help moving forward. It's an awfully important function that CETA serves. I personally have used it as a business owner here before. I joined CETA. It was invaluable, and it's worth the time. And we're ready to move forward. We need your help. I'll be available tomorrow if you have any questions. It's getting late here today, but that's it.
Anyone have any questions in the short term?
Was there any, is there any consideration of restructuring the board, or is it just restructuring the staff?
No, it's a top down. It was a top down. I think in his presentation, he referenced that they recommended a smaller board and different qualifications to be on it. There were others, but it didn't just include, it wasn't pointing fingers. It was a top-down evaluation, and it was a thorough report. It included bylaws, addressing bylaws that may have been dated or weren't included in the beginning. CETA was kind of the first it was launched as a response to the changes in the way communities address economic development. And it needs to evolve, and bylaws, and from the top down, it just change is uncomfortable, but you have to do it. And sometimes we needed an extra set of eyes to come in and give us the advice, and we're serious about it. We recognize how important it is. So we started the ball rolling.
I guess from my point of view, we can assume that you have embraced these recommendations, the board itself, and that the hope is that you would move forward with a lot of those recommendations and you're able to function through till July, but at that point, you would be looking at having an economic development organization that looks somewhat different than it does today. Is that?
There's a 30, 60, 90-day plan, and by July 31st, we have put in place an operation that can support what we have committed to do. And in that time period, we need to get with the legislature and firm up funding sources and get on the same page with you, because you will receive the report, I believe, right after this meeting. And I think once you have had a chance to read it and digest it, there'll be questions. And many of the what we are is committed to developing the organization is something that delivers the most that it can, not just enough. And we recognize that there was more that we could do, so we commissioned this report, and we're committed to following through as a partner to Cayuga County Legislature and CCIDA and AIDA to serve as a single point of contact for people who are looking for a home for their business or to start their business in homegrown employment here. We see what went on over with Micron, and realize that there are companies out there looking to rural areas for growth, and we want that just as much as anyone else does. So we want to be that point of contact, and we want it to be effective.
Hi, I'm glad to hear that, there's a lot of interest in developing, the industrial development here in Cayuga County and the city as well. But I hope, as they pointed out earlier, that we are a very agricultural based county. I think we're number one in the state. The dairy business is, outstanding in the state, and I hope that the CETA takes a serious look at the farmers of this county and the products that they produce, and work on trying to develop new ideas and processes that these farmers desperately need.
We just added Todd Dumont from On Farms to our board, so the short answer is yes. I mean, we're open to any and all comers in terms of employment that's healthy for us, and we have natural connection to farming here because of all the land, but we'll look at all of it, and small and big, and it's all good to form a solid employment base. You don't want one so big that they can pull out and leave us all in a lurch. You don't want too many small ones that can't weather the storm. That's what we think we should do.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to resolutions. Start with Ways and Means with Legislator Daley.
Ways and Means had 4 resolutions this month. Ways and Means 1 is with Stephen McLeod for the provision of county foreclosure work. That is a contract that's in place and funded in the budget. There's a corresponding resolution, WM3, which is to sign a contract with Vanguard Research and Title Services. It's sort of, they're together in terms of the work they do around the foreclosure process. And WM2 is authorizing a tax error correction in the town of Aurelius. I'd like to recommend 1, 2, and 3 and move them forward as a group.
Okay, can we get a motion on that bundle unless someone wants one separated?
Separate 4, please.
Yes, that's why I didn't put 4 in there.
I'll make a motion on bundles 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this bundle? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's carried. WM4.
WM4 is authorizing the chair of the legislature to sign a contract, an agreement, enter into an agreement with Catapult Executive Consulting to conduct a compensation study of Cayuga County non-bargaining full-time positions. There's a 2/3 vote required for this. This is the resolution that was talked about at Ways and Means in terms of finishing up the non-bargaining study. We had started with the legal group and we did that earlier than anticipated. And this would be the rest of the non-bargaining in Cayuga County. And it would be a way to look at updating the hiring bands and the overall compensation. And this recommendation was part of the overall compensation plan that was passed 4 years ago.
Okay. This requires the 2/3 vote. So can we get a motion on this? Get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion. Your Fetcher.
I must strongly object to $18,000 being spent for this study. We have an overpaid manager now. We have an assistant to the manager, and we can't do the study ourselves and save $18,000. Elaine has been preaching poverty for the county. We need to cut and cut and cut. And here we're spending $18,000 for something that should be easily done in-house. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
If I may. I asked that question at committee, and I believe I asked the question over a week ago as well to some other staff members here in the county and to personnel. And the response I received back was, Hans, is that in order to do it in-house, the amount of time it would take and the effort that it takes to do the comparison studies would ultimately end up costing the county more than $18,000 to farm it out. It would probably not be as complete as we'll receive from a third party. So I asked that question because that was my thought as well. I received a satisfactory answer after researching it, and that was the answer I was given.
Any other discussion on this? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Mark and Hans?
2/3 of human beings or?
2/3 of the 11, so you need 8.
Right.
Right.
So it's,
And there are 2 absences and 2
Right.
no's.
right, so there's 4.
Right.
So this is defeated.
It's defeated.
Thank you.
Yes.
And you guys know we're missing 2 legislators and in their absence, it's a no vote. Okay, up next, Health and Human Services, Legislator Nightingale.
Madam Chair, Health and Human Services had 11 resolutions. All of them went through both the HHS committee and Ways and Means and passed. I would like to offer HH1, HH4, and HH5 as a bundle. All of these refer to budgeted fills.
Okay, 1, 4, and 5 is a bundle. Can we get a motion? Unless somebody wants those separated.
I'll make a motion to bundle 1, 4, and 5.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Hey, any discussion on these? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those are carried. Thank you.
Then we have a whole series of contract renewals or new contracts. HH2, so I'd like to offer a bundle of HH2, HH3, and HH 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Okay. Can I get a motion on this bundle unless you want them separated?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, discussion on this bundle? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? They're carried. Thank you.
HH 6 refers to two budgeted social workers. I separate this out particularly because I want to make it clear that these positions are budgeted, but they come to us as a create because of a new title, which helps us to utilize the New York State Help Program, which allows these social workers to move into a position without going through the civil service exam process. We don't know when that program will be exhausted in New York State, but we certainly want to take advantage of it while we can. It's already shown in other departments. This is for the mental health center. It's shown in other departments that it increases our recruitment rate highly. So that's what HH 6 is all about. I offer for.
Can I get a motion for HH 6?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is great. Thank you. Okay, government operations, legislator Muldrow.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We have two resolutions, both went through both committees. GO1 is authorizing the chief information officer to fill one vacant position in the IT position. IT department, sorry.
Can we get a motion on
I'll
this?
move that.
I'll second.
All right, discussion on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have a Bill 2 is authorizing the agreement for New York State Environmental Protection Spill Compensation Fund to transfer tax delinquent property to the village of Moravia after tax foreclosure.
On this.
I'll make a motion for that.
Gail, second.
Thank you. I know we had Jenny and Delicato come to the committee to do a.
Yeah,
thorough
she
report on
did a
this.
great explanation. A lot of big words, can't really explain what she said, but it seems like there is some stuff in the landfill that needs to get out, and she found a grant for it. And that marked.
I just have a question. Do I have to excuse myself from this vote because of? No. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Okay, planning and public works, legislator Vitale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And conscientious of being the time here, I'd like to, Planning and Public Works had 9 resolutions, all went through both committees, but I'd like to do 1 through 9 excluding PPW 2 as a bundle.
Motion for the bundle?
I'll motion.
Second.
Thank you. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the bundle? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried.
PPW 2 is authorized Collier to develop and design specifications and drawings to replace the standing seam metal roof at this public safety building. This requires a 2/3 vote. So I would look for either a motion or something other than that to move forward with this resolution.
Can we get a motion?
I'll move it for discussion.
Second.
Discussion?
I know we had, if this is the right, they're saying.
It is, Mark.
We had the discussion about where we were gonna take the money from.
Yeah.
Did we take it from ARPA money?
So there's been no discussion yet about exactly where to take it. Mr. Annis?
Based upon that, if I could, I'd like to make a motion to put on the table that we amend this, that we table this in order to determine how much ARPA funds remain and if there are ARPA funds available for appropriations towards this expenditure.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to table.
You want to table it back
I
to the
want to
committee?
table it back to committee and have a discussion and look into the availability of ARPA funds.
I'm for the table, but I want to be clear that we're not, creating further damage by delaying this. Is there anybody here that can speak?
Gary.
Gary is here.
I'm looking at it as I'm saying.
Well,
Disappears.
like any roof, if it doesn't blow off or leak, it won't cause any more damage. If it
Waiting,
does, it will.
waiting 30 days would be terrible hardship or no?
I was asked to predict the leaks of some hot water tanks recently and
That didn't go well.
that didn't go well, so I doubt it'll leak in the next 30 days, but I'm not gonna get.
You doomed yourself.
That's as
Right.
close as we're gonna get, right?
You gotta remember, this roof when it was installed new, was steel roof, installed new, 17 years, it had to be recorded. There was obviously something wrong with that roof originally, because a metal roof shouldn't fail at 17 years or start to fail. And what's happening now is the cover that we put over the other cover is all failing. And it's coming off on a pretty good level. Most of the steel, the integrity is still there, but there's corrosion in some of the steel. So, if it starts to leak, all we'll have to do is get up there and try to find the spots and fix them. That's all. So.
If I may
Yes.
confer with you. We could, I know we have a motion to a table on the floor, so I'm probably big time out of turn, and then we have a department head speaking. So
That's
we're doing all,
correct, yeah.
it's kind of upside
Doing
down
it all,
day
yeah.
here.
All of that.
So I'm going to confer in front of everybody. So I'm hoping that maybe what we could do is we could amend this resolution to take the money from ARPA. I think we understand what was the amount that was given.
56.
It's 56,000, what the heck was the number exactly? 56,200.
So I know that in folks who have been on the ARPA committee at this point, and then we've had some preliminary discussions about how much ARPA is left. It seems as though we can pull this money safely from there. Would you agree, Elaine?
We haven't gotten a full report yet, but I would assume there's $56,000 of unrestricted ARPA.
So tell me the risk.
So, the risk. I was going back to Mr. Anna would need to withdraw his
Yes, we'll do
motion to
that.
table.
But I just want to hear the risk.
You don't have a second on it yet either.
We don't have a second on it.
You do.
Yeah, I second.
Thank you.
I
She seconded it.
But I
Sorry.
have a question also. And go
Go
ahead. Go
ahead.
For Matt.
So if the motion to table is withdrawn,
Mhm.
then there could be a motion to amend to take the monies out of ARPA. I'm assuming it qualifies.
Right.
There could be a motion to amend, get a second and a vote and see if that passes. And if it passes, then move forward with the resolution as amended.
So I'm just suggesting this because if we do move forward and take it from ARPA and then we learn, because our budget director is not available today, and we learn that if we don't have it, we'll come back to the committee and think of another way, right?
Right, because if we can't do it, then we can't do it.
Right.
We,
So
Withdraws.
I'll withdraw my motion.
thank you.
thank you, sir.
I was.
Can I re-motion?
Leave it up to you.
I was gonna say, can you remotion?
I just
I have a
motion,
question.
I make a motion
Yes.
that we amend the resolution to withdraw the funds from ARPA in the amount of the
56,200.
200 to repair the metal roof on this. on the-
We have a motion for that amendment. Can we have a second on the amendment?
But then we'll have discussion about it, correct? All right, so I'll second it for discussion
All right, discussion on the amendment.
on the amendment, correct?
Yes,
Oh.
go for it.
You're right, okay. What time is it? It's 9:30, right? Okay, so my question is, being what Legislator Daley said about we're not really sure exactly how much ARPA money is in there, right? So if we brought it back to committee, and that would be roughly 2 weeks. Bring it back to committee in 2 weeks, we identify that there is plenty of money, we're all agreeable in committee that it's gonna come out of ARPA. Are we able to, as legislators, vote on it electronically in 2 weeks instead of having wait a full 30 days?
No, it's already.
Or how,
So the quick answer to that is no, but let's assume that the monies can't come out of ARPA.
right?
So then the resolution would be improper. What I'm thinking is next month, at the next month meeting, there's a motion to rescind this one because it's improper, and then we have in front of you through the committee process a correct motion or correct
Okay.
resolution. So we can get there. It's
Okay.
just a little
It's,
more
okay,
complicated.
okay,
However, Gary did guarantee us no rain, snow.
I don't think
You predicted the.
I don't think it's a matter of whether this qualifies, because this would be the unrestricted money. So
Right,
we
I
have the
agree.
ability to use it for, well, one-time projects, and that sort of fits
Well, and
in.
this is
So
an
I would
emergency
assume,
situation.
if
I
there is
just-
money there, there's no worries about qualifying.
I just don't know as I sit here, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Legislator Strahm.
So assuming that we take this money from ARPA, that would negate the 2/3 vote, correct?
Yes.
That's
Right.
correct.
Thank you. Okay, so we had a motion, a second on the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Any opposed to the amendment? That's carried. Now I need a motion on the resolution as amended.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion on the resolution as amended. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is carried. Made it through. Okay, JPS, Legislator Anna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Additional Public Safety Committee has 3 resolutions. I'd like to offer them as a bundle. They all pertain to the Sheriff's Office. JP1 authorizes the Sheriff of Cayuga County to enter an agreement with Lexipol Law Enforcement to provide full implementation of law enforcement policies, procedures, as well as provide annual updates and training bulletins for the custody division of the Sheriff's Office. They are currently using this for the police division, so this will be a continuation of custody. JP2 is authorizing the Sheriff's Office to accept funding through the 2023 State Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program, a Homeland Security Grant, Emergency Services Support Prevention and Preparedness Efforts, and amend the 2024 Sheriff's Grant budget to accept these 2023 funds, and to authorize the Chair of the County Legislature and the Sheriff of Cayuga County to contract with AED Enterprises to recover discharge bullets from the firearms range. As far as DB3 is concerned, my fellow colleagues, that is no charge to the county. That company is coming in and removing all the lead from the firing range, and they keep the lead as payment and they recycle the lead. And that's how they receive their compensation. So it's not costing the county any dollars.
Thank you for the review.
I'll move all 3.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Great. Any discussion on all 3? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried, thank you. Okay, Ledge 1, I'll take this separate. This is adopting the local law to continue the room tax for the next 3 years. We had our hearing on this today, and I'm looking for a motion on this.
I'd like to move it.
Okay, discussion. Discussion.
I like it. Good.
Legislator Megan, go ahead.
I just want to say that there's been a lot of discussion over the past several weeks about this. I think it's important to maintain ownership of county dollars. And in doing so, we have the opportunity to have discussions that are clear and that will help us move any kind of interest around tourism forward. In particular, I mean, I have a particular interest in culture. So, this is all kind of piqued my curiosity about what we can do, but we can't do anything unless we pass this and make sure this money comes into the county. We can't have, fair discussions, that move anything forward without getting the money first.
Further discussions?
I also wanna support what Heidi was saying in regards to the local tax. So I'm not in favor of supporting the local tax, but what I am in support of is highly subsidizing the historic and cultural sites within our city and our county. As we all know, it's incredibly important for tourism, bringing people into our community. So, I would like to see some transparency with the tourism board so that we can work with the tourism board and have representation from the county to talk about what we can do to support all the historical sites that do include the city and the county as well.
Further discussion? I don't know.
I'm going to oppose this. I was here back in 94, whenever it was first passed, and I spoke against it as a citizen. And basically, the concept that we were told at that time was that if we passed the room tax, so much money would come pouring in, our taxes would be reduced. And here we are, 30 years later. When's the last time you've seen taxes reduced? It just doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Aldra, sorry.
The first thing I want to do is, the Travel and Tourism Board, I really want to compliment them. Aaron's still here and I see Claire and Karen, forget your name off the top, what's your name?
Dawn.
Dawn and Courtney's here and I want to give them a nice compliment because I think what people need to understand is they raised this money by bringing tourism to this county. It's not something that we dug in and funded. They have raised this money and every year, this year it's significantly more. That being said, they don't own the money, right? They did raise it. And I do believe 50% is aggressive. If you cut 50% of anybody's budget, any portion of anybody's budget, any direction, it's heavy-handed. I will say that I'm gonna go ahead and if this bill came to, I think this is gonna get turned down. Okay, let's get that straight. But if it came to me and it was 50%, I would have a hard time. But I want to make a statement because there needs to be more communication about what we can do for the historic sites. So my statement is I'm going to support the this bill only because of the fact that I think that we can have a conversation, and I want to make sure that everybody knows I'm committed to that conversation. This is a statement vote. If I voted and it just got turned down by 11 legislators, which I don't know where everybody's going. I think it's not the same statement as one of us saying yes. I not put anybody on the spot and everything. I want to be clear on this, is that I sent out an email and I wanted to address this before this meeting. I wanted to make a line item for the historic sites. And there was conversations about bringing in the city and have all these stakeholders, and I disagree with that. And I still love the people that disagreed with me, right? But I disagreed with that because I think this is the county's funded program, and we should be the only ones in the room. The city already told you what they want. They want 50% of the city hotel tax. I think it's aggressive, but I think that I would like to have that conversation so we can propose an alternative line item grant for the historic sites. I didn't get that chance. And you know, I'm not, as you know, as legislators, our job is not to micromanage that budget. But I do think that if I double I think it's $1.5 million budget, it's right around there, I believe. With $1.5 million, there is room for these historic sites, and there should be a line item. I also want to evaluate what we're growing to 3 years from now. 3 years from now, there should be, I think I would be in support of, and maybe we'll have more buy-in from some of the legislators to have a grant or change the law then. So I'm gonna in the next 30 days, I'm gonna reach back out to the board members and the staff, and hopefully we can come up with something. And if we don't get to that conclusion, I'll be in favor of writing a resolution. And if it gets shot down, proposing the ideal of allocating money for historic sites, because without those historic sites, we don't have travel and tourism the way we have it now. Let me say that again. Without those historic sites, nobody's coming here as much or often. I mean, we do have the lakes, but outside of that, we do have historic sites that people are visiting. And I'm sure with all that travel and tourism, they're staying they're eating in this county, they're staying in this county, and we need to support those historic sites. So I'm gonna support the law change. Keep looking, I'm done.
No, yeah, I'm just saying, so, the resolution is to continue the room tax for 3
Well,
years.
then I'm going the other way.
Right, that's what I just wanted you to be clear. Any other? Yeah, Mr. Strong?
I have some issues or trouble with the wording in the law and where it says all or part of the money in the special fund to pay a single nonprofit corporation. And it says to promote tourism. I guess, I guess my concern is there more than one tourism corporation? Is there a chance that we could, pass this law tonight and another, a different corporation comes to us and says, hey, we want the money? I'm a little concerned with the wording. I don't have the answers to fix that wording, but I'm just a little concerned with it.
Any other discussion?
A couple things. So kind of maybe to answer your question, I think we kind of talked a little bit about trying to develop some sort of a plan that we could come up with, that we're going to work with the city and with the historical cultural sites and tourism all together. So where it says the language is tourism, we're looking to collaborate with everybody, right? So if this law is passed tonight or defeated, however it's going to go down, I myself, and I know Legislator Muldrow and many of us, has said that we are very interested in looking and working and developing some sort of program that is going to help the historical and cultural sites and help tourism and have everybody come to the table together to try to facilitate that. So I don't know if that makes it any clearer for you, but I just think that, tourism is a broad, it encompasses a lot of things. But that's what we're looking to do. And I know that's what I'm looking to do, is to collaborate with everybody so that we can keep facilitating the historical and cultural sites, because they are incredibly important. And the other thing I do want to mention, and Legislator Muldrow just kind of reminded me of this, I reached out also to the tourism office and the city representation as well. And, I did get some feedback, but not the feedback that I was looking for to actually set up a meeting to facilitate that conversation. And maybe my decision tonight would have been a little bit different if I was able to make those connections and have those conversations prior to this evening.
When you talk about setting up the conversations, I too, this is my 3rd year of being chair. I've never encountered any conversations about this, either from this body or anybody outside of the legislature. So I'm pleased that I was able to sit down with Karen Kuhl and the mayor and talk about possibly looking at ways that we can improve the budget, since we are enjoying such great celebrations, right, with tourism. It's working. Our bed tax is up. So what they're doing is working because we're benefiting from it. So we did sit down and talk about a path forward. And I represent you, so I would take all of your ideas to the city and meeting with them and tourism to discuss this. Mr. Strong brings up another point about, who, are they the only game in town? Are they the only, right? So that's something that I could also bring to the discussion as well. But this, just a reminder that this is to accept the room tax for the next year. So if the money is not allocated to the county, then we have no discussion that we had. So the money needs to come here. So we need to take the certified resolution, send it to the state and get it in front of our representation there in order to get this, to get a home rule on this in order to carry it through before, as I'm told, before they gavel out. So this is just something to consider. And I just want to, simplify that, that this is to continue to receive the room tax for the next 3 years. That this is what we're voting on. So, Mrs. Daly?
Just in terms of Mark's question, why it's not so specific to say Cayuga County Tourism, is that what your point
Well, I
was?
guess, I mean,
Is that why we designate the organization every year? We give it that designation so it qualifies for the, to receive this room tax? Is that why we do designate it every year?
You're asking me?
Yes.
But it's also for the New York State Tourism Matching Funds Award, in order to designate us as a tourism promotion agent, in order to request funds from the state.
Okay, so it really, the designation is so that you can get the state funds?
Yes.
Okay.
if I may.
Yes.
I guess my concern is, yeah, okay, we do it, we approve this law, and the first year it goes to the tourism board. Well, you know, that amount of money, even though it's trivial, to a point, is that if somebody says, hey, there's money out there, all we gotta do is make, you know, a case that says, hey, we can do what they're doing better. And now, you know, then it brings up competition. And I mean, sometimes competition is good, but sometimes it's not. And like I said, the wording is vague to me. Maybe I'm a little blonde at the moment. I may see that.
We're gonna strike that from the record.
I said it, I'm sorry.
What was that?
Yikes.
Holy cow.
Fine, Meg. This is just a continuation of the same law. It's been on the book for nearly 20 years, correct?
It is.
That's correct. This is merely an
1994.
this is merely an extension for the next 3 years. It expires in September
27.
30 years.
Excuse me?
Since 94.
94.
30 years.
30 years.
Almost as old as you, Fred.
Almost. Close second. So and I want to be a little circumspect. So some of the changes I'm hearing, there may be the ability to negotiate something with tourism, I don't know. But some of the changes that I'm hearing would require home rule legislation from the state of New York. That's out of our control right now. The question here is whether to extend it for 3 years. If there's further discussion to amend from a home rule legislation, we'd have to have another discussion.
Yes. Two things. First of all, I do not appreciate that comment.
My mistake. I apologize to everybody in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you. And secondly, maybe a solution to the question that you proposed is, if this passes tonight and you're saying that if tourism gets the money, we can control that as legislators. We can have a resolution such as Legislator Muldrow was wanting to do in the beginning, to implement a resolution that can state what we want to have as funding that'll go to historical and cultural sites, that'll go to tourism. We can control that as a body. So it's just because this is going to be passed doesn't mean that, you know, it's just free reign of the entire money. I mean, I believe we have control over what we want to do with that.
I don't know the ins and outs, and I look to Karen, I don't know the extent to which, you know, how much control we have, except to say that we've always had a legislator on the tourism board.
Right.
And if we are lacking information, as it got to the point that I had made earlier, if you are a member of a committee, it is your obligation to report back to this board. If you're if you're a member of an organization and their budget doubles, I would have expected to hear from it and not read it in the newspaper. So this is a little bit of the problem that we're having. And this is about accountability. That's not what we're here for. And I understand we've just started this year and we're all, I mean, there's only 11 of us now and there's so many committees to serve on. But this kind of marks the importance about, you know, what is going on in these committees that we help fund in one way or another. And it's just important to know if there's a big struggle on a committee that you're on, take the leadership role in that and try to figure that out, come back to us, talk to me, talk to the attorney's office, talk to anybody to say, you know, things are in trouble. In this case, it's a tax that's collected, but in other cases, it's taxpayer money. And it's really important that we understand how every dollar is spent in this county. And that's our responsibility, right? So if you're on soil and water, you're on economic development agency, if you're on anything, it's just really important to know where every dollar goes. So I just want to make that point. Go ahead.
So maybe I'll just rephrase this, what I just said. I guess my point is, if we allocate the money to tourism, right, and you're saying transparency, we can have conversation working with the tourism board saying that we as a body, I'm just making this up, we want to have $100,000 or we want $50,000 allocated to the city for the historical and cultural sites. That's what I'm saying, that we can make that as a body in communication to make that arrangement.
Yes,
That's what I was trying to
we
say.
can definitely communicate that. I don't know the extent to which, and I just got on the tourism board. I don't know the extent to which how that board acts. And I don't know if this would be a suggestion to the board and then it's up to the board to decide, which is what I assume would happen in a board situation such as tourism. And then it's up to the board to decide how that money is spent.
And
All the board
I
makes it.
myself, though, I mean, that's what I would be looking for as a legislator and a city legislator.
Right.
I would be looking to have communication and having some sort of agreement that we are gonna have a certain amount of money that's gonna be allocated to historical and cultural sites that goes into the city. That is gonna be a line item that we can say, as a county, we are supporting historical and cultural sites.
Yes, so I would
That's
challenge
what I
you
am looking for.
that we're also going to have voices in this very room say, we're going to take that same amount of money and look for that allocation to county historical cultural sites.
Understood, but
That's a-
that's my point, is that I want a certain amount of money allocated to the city.
I got you.
For historical and cultural sites.
Absolutely.
First of all, I want to focus on the county as a whole and other historic sites outside the city. So, but it's important to know that they did a good job. So take this as a compliment. This is a problem to have. However, if everybody's been here all day long, we got here at 6 o'clock. If you look to the communication is key. We gotta have communication. To me personally, and this is no offense, I'm a city guy, okay? There's nothing about me, it's not city, right? The city told you what they wanted. So I think it's part us now to understand and see what we can do. And that was, I don't think they told you what they are looking for. Now it's time for us to see what we can do, but to do nothing is not gonna happen. I will put a resolution together and it's gonna take these 10 people to shoot it down because I think it should happen. I think there should be some as we went to the presentation, all I seen was historic sites pop up on that presentation. And if somebody needs a roof, somebody needs staff or programming, we just should have some money allocated for, and it can start off with a minimum amount and it can grow over time, but we gotta figure out something. I'm gonna put a resolution together and I wanna do it with the input of the Travel and Tourism Board Director.
And I just want to remind you that Karen did say that she's working with myself and the mayor of Auburn to discuss.
That was told to me today, okay, but we had this conversation, this hit the paper 3 weeks ago.
We were trying to figure this out before the
Yeah.
meeting tonight.
Mr. Strong. Oh, I'm sorry.
Please,
Your hand.
somebody had
Go
it.
ahead. I'll get to Mr. Vitale after. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
I could be wrong, but didn't I hear that city said that they wanted half of the 5%? And that they are also seeking their own percentage for consideration. So are they gonna give us half of what they take, or they get whatever they get, 2%, 3%, 5%? I mean, to me, it's tit for tat. I mean, if they're gonna implement their own tax for the room, get what they get, we get what we get, spend it where you need to spend it. Am I wrong in that, what I'm hearing, or is that right?
No, that's accurate that they're looking for their own bed tax. What they do with that money is not.
I understand it, but right now, currently, the law is that we get this money 5%.
Right.
They have taken the liberty to ask for half of it, which I understand, but they're also asking for half, and they're gonna ask for their own room tax also.
Exactly.
So I think if they wanna do that, that's fine. Take your money, do what you need to do with it. let us have our money and do what we need to do with it. Obviously, hopefully, it all goes toward tourism, but
I would like to call the question.
Is there a second?
I'll make the second.
Is the first and the second on the call to question
On the
motion?
call,
Heidi, raise
call
your
to
hand.
question.
And you have to vote
So
on
they
it.
have to vote on the call to question and that ends up, decides what we do next.
So Mr. Vitale had a motion for a call to question and we had a second. Is there discussion on the call to question? All in favor of the calling to question?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. We are ready to take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Simple majority, yep. Okay. Jonathan Anna?
Yes.
On
Michael.
the 2023.
Oh, no.
Wrong people. Sorry.
The weights are gonna be.
I was like.
Pretty cool. Good to see that.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. Jonathan Ann is a yay.
Okay.
Ben by, oh, no,
Now go. Sorry.
Ben by Daly.
Yes.
Tom Wenzel is excused. Bob Shea is excused. Hans Petcher.
Where are we? Paying attention.
vote on, pass the law.
So a yes is to extend,
This is a question we're voting on.
No, just
roll call.
vote on ledge one.
Then I'm against it, okay?
So he's no.
I stated my reasons earlier.
Gotcha. Mark Strong,
No.
Heidi Nightingale,
Yes.
Elaine Daly,
Yes.
Stephanie DeVito.
I think we need the question.
Yeah, can
We need to read the resolution.
Support the local law, the way it's written.
So well, saying yes is to extend the bed tax for the next 2 years.
I think that, all fairness, I want transparency. I want people to know how they voted. I think Hans voted. Should you ask him because
No,
because I
he
think.
doesn't support it. He hasn't supported it in years.
Okay, all right,
Right?
all right,
I supported another year.
Right.
okay. I just wanted to make sure it was.
Stephanie?
I am gonna vote, I'm gonna say this before I vote. I am voting yes only because we need to bring the tax into the county. But I am very firm on having conversation so that we can implement money that will be allocated to the city historical and cultural sites. Because if we don't pass this, we will not have any money coming into the county, period, and we will not be able to have any conversation to be able to help anybody at all. So that's the reason why I'm voting yes.
Brian?
I am madly confused. All right, so the yes would be supporting the resolution. I'm gonna vote no.
Aileen McZabb Coleman.
Yes.
Pass.
Okay, the next, ledge 2 is authorizing Cayuga County Legislature to create the distinction County Poet Laureate. I need a motion on this.
I'll make a motion.
Nightingale, second.
All right, any discussion on the Poet Laureate? Yes.
I'm not opposed to the concept itself, but this is not a good time to introduce something like this. What I'm hearing from people is basically, have some people got anything serious to do? Thank you.
So I will kind of recall that the work that the county's doing, and just public and anybody else in the room, the work that I have laid out, the work I've done in the past month, the work the operations team has done in the past month, all of your work that you've done on your committees. It's just like when we were dealing with the COVID pandemic and kept operations going and thriving, right? We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can meet our challenges, we can rise to the occasion, and we can take a moment to let the light shine on Cayuga County. we haven't done that enough. So I'm really excited for this change. I want to remind folks, this is not an actual position. It doesn't require any money. It doesn't require any resources to go toward this position. I also want to remind you that this position, it will, these applicants would be vetted. And I would, as chair now, I would ask to see anything that anybody would like to share on our behalf with the public. So if they're invited to an event, like tomorrow's event at Sterling Nature Center, this would be a really great opportunity to have a poet there to capture the occasion. The way Heidi did at our swearing in meeting, our reorganization meeting, the way she was able to capture the moment. So I'm very excited about this, but I want to assure you that we are tackling the really hard stuff and just letting something like this also happen. So I want to assure the public that our focus is continuous on solving the problems of the county, but we can do both. Thank you.
I agree with that. And I also want to say thank you, Heidi. I think that you will be a great representative for the county for all these types of things that our chairwoman had said about, attending. So it's great. Thanks very much for the support of that.
I won't ask you for a poet tonight, tonight. I won't. But if you could, no, I'm just kidding. Any further discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That is carried. Ledge 3, so technically we'll have to revisit this for the next meeting. So we have already approved the committees, and now it's also in resolution format. So if we could get a motion on Ledge 3.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Discussion on this?
Sign your oath of office, right?
On the book? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I also want to turn your attention to the emergency resolution. It's on here for information purposes only. Those of you who are involved, thank you for understanding what was needed, signing on to it. It was to repair the tanks at Public Safety Building that were leaking, that we didn't want to roll the dice anymore on how long they could last. So we went ahead and took care of it. Leaking, both of them. So we're taking care of that. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?